Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Today we're going to try and finish off case number 5, the final case of the game. It ended up being a lot longer than I remembered it being. I guess I got it mixed up with case 4, although case 4 was also pretty long. But this one, unfortunately, we had to split into 2 parts for time. But we're going to finish it tonight. We do have quite a ways to go. We still have like 2 more court sessions and at least 1 more investigation section, so definitely a lot, but let's see if we can unravel this mystery of, well, double homicide in many more ways than one. So last where we left off, we just finished the second investigation, where we mostly focused on the other half of this case, where apparently the same victim got killed again in a completely different location at the exact same time as our original victim back in the parking lot. And now we need to see if we can figure out why that is the case and what exactly that means, because, I mean, this is definitely a world that doesn't have any magic in it, 100%, definitely super realistic and super logical. So we know for a fact that, you know, it can't be like clones or anything like that, of course. Maybe. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how did it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret. I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. I found traces of evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. And it's only been 5 minutes. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today we'll present the evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe that the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Yes, that's usually what we call a suspect. Things are getting wild from the get-go. At least we're getting to the heart of it. Ah, yes, this guy. I forgot he was accused of murder. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. Wait, he's a hitman? So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I will never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. I don't think that's really gonna help you here. Sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I'm part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. Can't fault him for lack of enthusiasm. It's okay, I'm sure this guy's testimony is going to be easy to crack. He doesn't seem too, all there. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out, until another officer smacked me awake. Why does he have rope? I didn't notice that before, but why does he have rope? What would a police officer need that for? So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Alright. So why was he assigned to the evidence room if it's not his normal duty? Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. Oh, that thing. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. Wait, why was it evidence? It's just being left outside the police station. You're telling me it's important evidence? I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? What kind of suspicious man? In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is. I found it. This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It is 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time was when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay. So when was the second one? Out of curiosity? Where's that list? Just so I can, like, wrap my head around these, the timeline here. Okay, so it's, like, literally right when the murder was supposed to happen. Was the second time. No, wasn't there something else that happened at 450? At, like, the parking lot? That was when, like, there was something else. Okay, never mind. I'm sure we'll get to that, too. I'm sure that'll be important. So he was silently attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my head. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your head wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. Whatever happened to, like, asking him for his ID? I thought that was the thing he said he did. What exactly did you mean when you said you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into Kung Fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. Okay. See, he must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir. So, wait, when did he kill him? Sounds like he didn't do a whole lot of killing here for a guy who claims to be a killer. But what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke him up to witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that she recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Ah, yes, very important. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. So, wait, okay, why was he arrested for murder? It sounds like he never killed anyone. It sounds like he was the victim, if anything. The chief delivered it. What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. Contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder? Just what are we getting ourselves into? Alright, let's watch. Let's see him brutally murder this man. In the next 30 seconds. Right at 5:15, on the dot. There he is. There's Mr. Goodman. So he opens his locker, a glove falls out. How careless. And then, there's Meekins. And then... Okay. Tries to strangle him. Oh yeah, real good at taking that knife away there, Meekins. All those kung fu movies paid off. I see. Good job murdering that man. Yep, you really got him there. Really showed him. And just like that, he's gone somehow. Did he like walk behind the camera? That doesn't seem like a very good security camera, if that's possible. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It is the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Video from the security camera placed in the evidence room. Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Yeah, that security camera kind of sucked. It was like pointed at the ground. Apparently you can walk behind the security camera. It's constantly going back and forth, so you can't even get a clear shot of things. How's that even, like, remotely reliable? His face can't clearly be seen in the video. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. We sure that was Detective Goodman's locker? What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective that it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Yeah, his face can't be seen at all, because that camera sucks. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it. I think you're gonna have to in this case, because if you're being, you know, accused of murder and all that. So even though he didn't get a good look at him, he still claims that it was Detective Goodman. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. And what kind of situation was he in where he needed to try them? If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. And this too. So how does he know it was Goodman's locker? How do you know that information? I've heard the rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the apartment cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. How is that relevant? For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. Well, I mean, if we know that's Detective Goodman's locker and it was opened, I guess, it must be him. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? Maybe. I mean, again, there has to be contradiction somewhere, right? And considering this video was apparently erased and shouldn't have existed in the first place, I say we go for it. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. Have to point out a problem in the video. It's the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. Then don't watch it! How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? Oh, boy. I guess we need to, like, wait for him to come on the scene. There he is. Okay. Come on, go back. Alright. Why would he not be Detective Goodman? I mean, he's wearing his coat and everything. Oh, we can, like, frame step it. That's sick. I just want to, like... Can we, like, frame step until the last time we saw his face? Or, well, I mean, not saw his face, but saw his body. Is he wearing gloves? Because, like... I feel like the fact that he's wearing gloves... How is his fingerprints going through the gloves? Hang on a second here. This motherfucker's wearing gloves. Is that not a contradiction? Because, I mean, like, how is he opening a fingerprint lock with gloves? I mean, anyone here is probably trying to unlock their phone. They would know that, you know, having gloves on makes that impossible. I'm gonna say the gloves are the answer here. The thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this? I guess that's not it. Hold on a second, I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. What do you mean you don't get it? The guy has gloves on, he opened a fingerprint lock with gloves on. What is there to not get? Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those bleary eyes. Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again, Do we... Oh, we can return a cross-examination. Alright, yeah, fine. Play the video again. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. Alright. Yeah, okay, let's play the video again. So, what are we missing here, then? Maybe we can't do anything with this. I mean, a glove falls out, but, like... Okay, do we have that glove on the record? We do. Tagged evidence from the SL9 incident, extremely thin rubber glove. But we don't know... Do we know who this glove belonged to? Like, this piece of evidence? Who was in charge of it? I wonder if that would be important. Because, like, if it was in that locker, right? So whoever... let's see. Lost item report. Bruce Goodman, 221. 5... But the 9's crossed out. Okay, do we have anything that looks like that? SL911, AI16, completely different cases, SL92. Wait, we can check this? That's weird. Okay. I'm not sure what the point of that is. Did we just, like, lug an entire, evidence locker to the courtroom or something? Oh, I guess we need to play it first so we can actually get proper fast forward. Okay, so this is when Meekins comes in. Is there anything like... So he punches him with a knife. Then he tries to strangle him. Wrestle the knife away. He fails that. Is that not a contradiction? I thought he said he failed... He got the knife away from him. And then he's the one that gets murdered. Well, allegedly. And then, like, he's just gone. Alright, well, I don't think we can do anything with this, so let's get out of here. Whoa, hold on. Can we go back to the end of the video? Hang on. You see that? That was like some supernatural shit there. The fucking cloth just appeared out of nowhere. Can I replay the video? We can replay the video as much as you want. Do you see something important in here? Because I just noticed that this cloth just magically appeared. Okay, the cloth is not there yet. Next swing around. Maybe. Where is it? No, cloth still isn't there. I think I see what the contradiction might be. Subjecting you to the blue bastard cemented torture. Fucking A. I was just thinking that too. It's like, man, this is a fucking song. Okay, look at this. Why is the cloth just hanging out there? Hang on. There's your contradiction. I think we found it. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What you're looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh, we're not worried about the cloth that just magically appears? Out of nowhere? Okay, sure. Yeah, fine. You know. Just ignore the cloth. No, we only care about Detective Goodman. Oh, yeah. Ew. I must walked right into the fence's trap. I'll place him under arrest, sir. Rats. Need to slow down and tackle these things one piece at a time. Let's return to cross-examination. I can only take so much of the Blue Badger jingle. Jeez. Seems I've been taking the wrong approach. Alright. Let's go. Yes, sir. It is my duty as a police officer to help the lost, sir. Great. Now they think I'm lost. Okay, his face can't be clearly seen in the video. We know that. No question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. He opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do, and according to Edgeworth, that is true. He opened Detective Goodman's locker. It's unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker. Yep, I agree with that. No one else could have unlocked it. I don't know if we can contradict that. I mean, clearly, obviously, there must be some way for someone else to unlock it. I don't think we can contradict that, though. Like, what do we have here that would contradict? Okay, there must be something in the video that I have to click on. I don't know what it is. Because I don't know what kind of evidence. Like, I agree with everything that this witness is saying. There's nothing here that... This all sounds true enough. But the victim's body was found at the prosecutor's office. There has to be a mistake somewhere. Real thing's so much more intense than the movies. Here, you can use the player to watch as much as you'd like. Security video. Maybe I should take another look at the footage. Alright, let's go back to the footage. I have to torture everyone with that stupid song. Which one is it to... How do we view the footage again? Oh yeah, we can just go to present, can't we? It was originally accessed through, well, not that. Where is it? Can we check it from here? Yeah, we can. Okay. Oh, but we can't present anything here. Which thing do I press on for that? Is it this one? I don't remember which one had the, Maybe it was this one. How did we, like, get in that situation where we had to, like, point things out in the video? I don't remember what I clicked on. That's this one. Alright. I mean, clearly there has to be a problem in the security video. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's only been 10 years since I played this case. How was I supposed to remember? Alright, let's find this contradiction. Apparently I found one contradiction, it's just the wrong contradiction. So I guess we need to find a different contradiction. And no, it's not the fact that he's wearing gloves and opening a fingerprint lock. We're just going to ignore that fact and just pretend that these locks can somehow read fingerprints through thick leather gloves. I want to know where they got this technology, because I would love that in the winter. Alright, what else is missing here? I mean, we can go past this part. Let's wait until we get what's-his-face on screen here. See, like, he opens the lock with the... Look at that gloved hand. And then he even has a glove in there. Like, look at that gloved hand. How is that not a contradiction? Is that Saul Goodman? It may as well be. Guy fucking snuck into the police department and is gonna steal that glove. No, wait a second. Hold on. Where's that glove on here? Oh, no, that's the right hand. Okay, never mind. That's the same glove, probably. So it falls on the floor. And then... Here comes Meekins. Sounds like a terrible sitcom. And he gets fucking whacked. There's the knife. Is that the same knife? That's not this knife, is it? It's probably a different knife. Well, hang on. Found the crime scene wrapped in the defendant's muffler, a small tag attached. Is that this knife? Wasn't anything else weird here, right? It could be this knife. But it doesn't look like that knife. That's the problem. I don't know, maybe it is. It's probably not for me to tell. No, well, doesn't look like that knife. Should I click on it? I'm gonna click on it. No, okay. Look, man, I'm apparently finding all these contradictions. Apparently they're the wrong contradictions. They have no problems with the fact that the knife doesn't look anything like the knife found at the crime scene. The fact that he opened a door with his gloves on, a thumbprint door with his gloves on. The fact that there's just a random piece of cloth hanging out of one of the other lockers. Inexplicably. That wasn't there, like, at the start of this video. So where the hell's the contradiction? Maybe it was the cloth hanging out. And it's just that, like... Whoa! Why does he have... Okay, is that when he hurt his hand? Hang on. Go back for a second. Did he have that on his shoulder beforehand? Can't tell because the stupid flag's right in the way of this camera. I don't think so. Okay. Well, that lines up with what Meekins was saying, I think. Yeah, he doesn't have it on his shoulder. He just bled over him as the moment he touched him, I guess. Okay, that door has not been opened yet. And then he's gone. Like, that alone should be kind of weird, no? I want to know where this camera is placed. You know what? I should get this evidence thrown out of court. This evidence sucks. Like, look at that cloth. Apparently this cloth isn't, like, evidence. That's not a contradiction right there. That wasn't there literally 10 seconds ago. Someone just opened it. This is the end of the video. There's nothing else here. I mean, what are we missing here? I mean, the guy clearly walked behind the camera. Now, wasn't there, like, a giant bloody handprint or something that we could visibly see during some of this. Where was it? Found on a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. The print has been wiped. I guess that's probably not... I mean, that could have happened later or something, I guess. We don't care about that, apparently. Am I supposed to present something? I mean, he just left his door open, but, like, whatever. That's on him, I guess. The only weird thing here is the fact that this cloth was hanging out. But I don't think that's on the court record, is it? No one leaving evidence dangling from their locker. No, doesn't look like it. Alright, what do we have to work with here? What is relevant to this part of the case? Remember a few contradictions from this video? What am I looking for? That's what I'm trying to figure out what I'm looking for, because, like, we know that this is a contradiction, obviously, because this wasn't here 10 seconds ago. So that means someone opened this locker. But the only person in this room opened the locker over on the other side. So, you know, there's that. I personally still say that him opening a locker with gloves on is kind of suspicious. But apparently it's not suspicious enough for the court. And maybe the knife, I think one could argue the knife might not be the same knife that was found at the crime scene. But I guess there's not really anything to support that, so fair enough. That's fine. Because, like, it doesn't look like the knife. This doesn't look like a switchblade knife. This actually looks, if anything, like Edgeworth's knife. So maybe I have the right idea, I just don't know how to go about properly presenting it. Like, do I need to click on it, or do I need to present something? Because I wouldn't know what to present. That's the problem. Have you seen what drops from the locker gloves? Yeah, it's the glove. I saw that, but, like, is that a contradiction? Because we know a glove was found at the scene of the crime. You mean this glove? Yeah, like, this glove is there. Extremely thin rubber glove. I thought for a second it could be, like, the opposite hand or something that was found. But no, this is... It's the same hand that falls out. Nothing weird there. Like, I'll even go back to it. We'll go all the way back. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. That looks like the same glove to me. It's the same hand. Left hand. Is this not the left hand? Yeah, it's the left hand. Should I click on it? I can't remember what exactly to do. This case sucks. Okay, we'll click on it. Is that really a contradiction? No. I mean, I think it sounds like they agree it's suspicious, but they're like, no, what does this have anything to do with Goodman? Stay on topic. Find something that says that it's not Goodman. It's not the right contradiction. We know this is weird and suspicious, but we don't give a shit. Alright. So where does this prove that it's not Goodman or something like that? Wait, is that like a handprint on his face? Okay, but that can't be relevant. There's like a handprint on the blue badger. But I don't think that means anything. I didn't even notice that until now. I don't remember what to do in this case either. It's been like a decade since I last solved this case. Like, I vaguely remember the twist of it too. So little to the point that I honestly don't know if I'm even remembering it right. So and he comes in, guns a-blazing, attacks him again. Like, then there's also the blood on his shoulder, but he said that was from his hand, so, like, fair enough, I guess. Because that wasn't there a moment ago, but then he touches him and then it's just completely full of blood, so yeah, whatever, that's fine. Just try presenting every single interesting thing you see. Well, I think I already did that. I mean, I guess we could try the handprint on the blue badger. Sure, what the hell? Play video again. I wonder if I'm supposed to present something from the court record? Because I have that possibility. Like, I can present from the record. Oh, that's just to do E. Okay, never mind. Let's present that. Never mind. I can't present from the court record. I misunderstood the controls. At least it's free. Well, I feel like I've tapped on everything that I can think of. Okay, you know what? I really do think it's the cloth. Maybe I just clicked on the wrong spot. Maybe I'm supposed to click on the locker, because I clicked on the cloth specifically, and that might have been the problem. So let's try that again, but I'm going to click on the locker. Where is it? Next go around. I think it is the locker. Yeah, like this one here that has like the cloth sticking out. The spot you have to click is very specific. I would not be surprised, because even with like this nice big cursor to tell me exactly where I'm pointing, it doesn't help. This game is still pixel hunty as shit. I find. No, that wasn't it. Play the video again. Okay, if it comes down to it, I'll just look it up, but exactly where I need to click, because I feel like I have it right. I'm just, like you said, probably clicking in the wrong spot. I remember on the DS, this game is even, like, dumber in that regard. I do appreciate that this game, like, tells you what things you have and haven't clicked on, at least in, like, the adventure sections, is a very nice feature. Because when I played this game on DS, I was literally just poking every single pixel on screen, sometimes, looking for stuff. I don't think it's the glove. The only other thing I can think of, unless he really isn't wearing gloves, but it looks like he was wearing gloves, that's the thing. Maybe he's not supposed to be wearing gloves. Like, what else would even be here? Maybe this isn't relevant. Have I played Investigations? No, I've only ever played this game. I've played the second game all the way through, but I don't remember it at all. And I've played up to, I think, like the second case in Game 3, which everyone had to do with the chef and the restaurant. That's the most I've played. And I've also played Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright. I played the crossover game. But everything else in the series, I've never touched before. I am looking forward to playing through this whole series, but I figure we might as well start from the beginning and stream the first game first, because, you know, story reasons. I'm going to try one more click on this thing. And if it doesn't work, I'm just going to look up where we need to click. Because I feel like we've got it right. I feel like I have it right, but apparently it's not right. It's gotta be, if it's not that locker with the cloth hanging out of it, I don't know what it could be. Because that just feels like that makes sense. Let's see. Or is this? This is number 2, right? Okay, where is this? Where's courtroom number 2? Okay, day 3 trial. Where's the video? Okay, yeah, we need to... Wait, am I misunderstanding what we need to do here? Hang on. What was the point of the exercise? Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Yeah, okay. See, that's what... Okay, that there makes me think it has to be the cloth in that locker, because, like... Well, how can the single person open 2 lockers, right? Who opened that locker? Did someone come in? Why didn't they help? If there's a third person in here, why didn't they help with, like, Meekins and Goodman? Right? Alright, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, so if it wasn't Goodman in the tape, right? Then there's a problem, yeah. Let's see. Wait, I did miss something. I think we both missed it, too. I don't know how I missed this. I was looking right at it, and I think I definitely missed it. How did I miss that? The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. Isn't that a character from a later game? That's on... I didn't notice that picture last time we were in this area. I'm pretty sure that officer is from a later game. I recognize that from like 2 or 3. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. I love that we still have to be subjected to this song. And now I can't even fast forward it. She's in the first case of 2? Yeah, okay. See, I like remember very minor bits and pieces from 2 and 3. And what I've played of them. But I don't remember, like, any of the cases. This one, for some reason, like, the cases in this game really stuck with me. But the cases in 2 and 3, I don't remember at all. I know there's, like, a clown. And I remember the clown case being really stupid in the adventure sections. And that's about it. When a victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little to earlier. Can we rewind faster? Can we mute the video? This song is gonna haunt my dreams. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. The clown case was good. It's just the adventure sections, like... So there was the studio, the TV showcase in this game, had a lot of like going back and forth. The clown case was like that too, from what I remember, at least when I played it. But it was like exaggerated times 10. There was so much going back and forth and not knowing which like screen would trigger the next case or trigger the next conversation. I think part of it came down to like pixel hunting, which shouldn't be a problem on this version of the game because we have the magnifying glass to highlight things, so I don't have to tap everywhere. But I remember that being like a real pain in the ass. It was just the exploration was just like terrible. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. When did he learn to cluck like a chicken? That's a pretty cool skill he has. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have been broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Oh, there's many things out of place in this video, okay? but apparently we don't care about those things. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Beacons reminds me of you? What? What do you mean by that? Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. Oh, now we get to click on the glove, right? Well, I mean, that's obviously why it wasn't locked. It was clearly the glove that just fell out. Oops. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh, they found the mute button! Crazy! Holy shit, it only took them like 5 rewatches of the video. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and... We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor that triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? How many plays of the video is this? Not counting, you know, my attempts? Like 5? I don't know how he didn't see the giant glaring light on before he opened the locker. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. Oh, but sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locked door? Well, it can only be one thing. Oh, did I not present it? There we go. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Order! Order! So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? We all saw he didn't stab him either! Like, at what point did we see him get stabbed? I know the camera was moving around. But I fail to believe that Meekins did anything to this so-called Detective Goodman. Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in this video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir? Me? Sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. Mr. Man 2 Electric Boogaloo. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective has used his card. Well, that's pretty cut and dry. We all know those are facts. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. And there it is, 514, Bruce Goodman. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases for transferal up there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. So he had his ID card, and I mean clearly the ID card must have worked on the scanner. So why the hell was there another ID card for Detective Goodman over in the parking lot of a completely different building? So unlike your early testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my head wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Can he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. The card right next to my cuffs, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. What if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck in when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. What, you like seeing him get choked? Dang. At any rate, each police officer only has one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. And we know there's a record of it because it's on that paper we have here. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. Blaming him now? It would seem the Inquiry Committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Well, that's true. Detective Goodman was scanned into the reader at 5:14. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked this man to show his card, he pulled out a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There would be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. He panicked in front of a police officer, his co-worker. Okay. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show him what we've got. Okay, so what do we have? We know that the detective would have had to use his ID card to enter the room. But, like, couldn't anyone have had that ID card? I mean, what if he lost it? Time to crime, detective had used his card. Okay. There's a record of it. So what do we have? Let's take a look at this record and just double check things here. So Bruce Goodman came in at 5:14, 584-2189, and we know that's his ID, 584-2189. This is supposed to be the Goodman's card. I mean, I don't know if we can tell which one's the fake here. The fact that there's 2 cards means one of them has to be fake. What else do we have in here? Is there anything at all? Evidence room 4 plans. Doubt that's gonna help. Okay. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Now, I feel like this is the one we want to present on. But the problem is, what exactly are we presenting? Because, yeah, I mean, this checks out. Bruce Goodman came in at 5:14. That's what we saw in the video. That's his ID. Mike would have come in a few seconds later. You know, we saw that too. Actually, can we check this video again? I feel like this one's like gonna get really specific here, but I think we... I mean, 5:14. I mean, I guess he came in at 5:14. I doubt the game's gonna care about this, but it seemed more like Meekins came in at 5:15, not 14. But maybe he just like scanned the door and it took him a few seconds to get in. Who knows? Because it didn't take him long to get over to the locker and open it, and then camera goes back around, and then there's Mike. Okay, yeah, no, he came in. Never mind. It's still 5:14. It all checks out. He used his card, but there's nothing to contradict here. He did indeed use his card. The evidence supports this fact. There's a record of it. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. To have the crime detector use the card. Okay, you know, no, that's what we can present. This one, no? We can present the fact that the ID card wasn't there. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. It's probably why your tie and ID card constantly gets stuck in the door. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It is a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. I'm gonna kill myself if they say the ID card one more time. Oh, don't worry, we're hardly done looking at these ID cards. A lost item report. It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. But then how was the ID card at the other crime scene? Doesn't matter if he stole it or not. Something's up with these ID cards. Order! Does this prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at the single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. I think we kind of knew it was a fake from the moment the fact that the guy didn't even get maimed. The guy who you arrested for murder was the guy who got assaulted. Like, no one got killed here. That video is clear as day. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place. at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer belonging Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. Trustworthy witness. Observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Are we really calling the lunch lady trustworthy? We already proved that she didn't actually see anything happen, and there was like 5 minutes of empty space that cannot be accounted for because she was quickly running from A block to B block in an enclosed hallway. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Only thing you can do. Point. And yell. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. No, it definitely didn't, because the camera likes to move. It's like a camera in a stealth game. Can never sit still. I'm telling you, the only victim here was Meekins. I don't know why he's on the stand. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of this matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name, before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person to whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We should need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured out everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. Why can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Yeah, I love recess. Unfortunately, there's no jungle gym inside this courtroom. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around on duty. And the top of the loft you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey. Hey, hey, hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh. You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files. I need them by noon. Talk about crazy. SL9 incident? Mr. Edgeworth's guys have been requesting it for a while. Oh my gosh. So many dings, I know. Did you know corn is never mentioned by name in any Ace Attorney game? Shoot, Takumi stated it was because in the Ace Attorney universe, corn is a luxury commodity much like caviar is to us because of a countrywide government corn tax? The fuck? When would corn even be relevant, though? Is there a case where corn should be relevant? Or is this just like, nah, we're just never gonna use corn because fuck you. We're just gonna make corn a luxury good. Maybe corn's the reason why everyone still uses flip phones and no one bothers with like fingerprints and DNA tests in the future year of 2015. But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you. The chief prosecutor, we're a witness in that case. Miss Sky, was a witness? Files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. No, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it can't be. Lana? This SL9 instance, That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No. No, Lana! That's over with. No! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Is that the Epstein flight log? The fuck? Nah, it's where all the corn went. The Joe Dark killings, this guy just killed for a bunch of corn. He was just really hankering for some, like, some chips. Maybe some popcorn. Perhaps he just needed a big batch of cornmeal. And you know, being the luxury good it is, it sounds like it's something worth killing for. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you, you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. You gotta go have a flight to catch. Oh, dang. I'm flying to the place previously mentioned. To the land of corn? Good luck. Hope you enjoy your corn. Wouldn't want you to, like, get killed over it or something. Alright, back to court. We did our homework. Let's see what we can do with this. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. He's allowed to drink in court? Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Then he just starts speaking in Shakespearean. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon the time it went down. He went to a bar on work hours? I'm just an instant traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses. Now why don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. So this man wasn't doing his job, and apparently a fake murder takes place because of it. Good job. But the judge told you to speak in plain old English. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing that aren't useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. Even though he's supposed to. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime? Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? I don't think he's gonna avoid it now. Something tells me he probably just wasn't noticed. So he says 2, but then I guess he didn't know about the fingerprints. So he used to be a detective. So you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a goldmine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? So he wasn't even at the precinct. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. At a bar? Oh, even Angel steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongol sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want a raise this year?" I have a feeling that he can't, you know, drop his pay anymore. Something tells me it's already as low as it can go legally. You're just gonna leave? Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep it my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. Okay, so you're supposed to make his rounds in the thing. Wait a second. Hang on. Don't we have something that proves this wrong right here? Okay, no we don't. I thought he was on this list, but it turns out he wasn't on this list, so maybe he's telling the truth. Alright, what else do we have here that would prove that he probably was at the scene of the crime? Let's review this. Is this useful to any way? Probably not. I have a feeling this is probably something later, by the looks of it. I finished this stream from Tuesday, but missed the first 50 minutes of this one, and then there was a video. Yeah, the video, it was, I missed the most obvious thing. I saw all the things that the game didn't want me to find yet, and I missed the one that it wanted me to find. It was like staring me in the face. I feel really stupid about how I missed the clue on the video. Honestly, you said you missed 50 minutes. I would say like a good 30 of those were me staring at a video, trying to figure out what the fuck I wasn't looking at. More than anything. Street side saloon at the time went down. Okay, there's gotta be... I feel like there's gotta be something that would prove that he was here at the time of the murder. Would it be the video? Well, we have Marshall's fingerprints. Hang on a second. Would it be this? Because we have his fingerprints. We have proof that he has been in the evidence room. We don't know when exactly. These prints could have been there at any time. But it does say that he entered the room. So do we have... I'm going to present this. Actually, I'm going to save first because that was a lot of text to get through. I'm going to present this because I feel like this might be relevant. No, that's not it. Okay. I might be onto something, though, because, like, it proves that he was in the room despite him saying he wasn't in the room. But I guess the issue is that we don't know when that would have taken place, when those prints would have been left. I mean, they're bloody prints, so it's easy to think that it would have happened on the day of the murder. I mean, when else are you going to have a bloody handprint? Protected by 2 security systems anyways. Okay, are we really presenting on the idea that he doesn't know about the fingerprint thing? Because he said that it was like, you need the door, the security systems he talked about was the door, you need an ID card to open the door, and there's a security camera inside the room. We've already talked about, and he's acknowledged that he doesn't know anything about the fingerprints, but are we really presenting that? No, okay, didn't think so, but I had to make sure. Is at a street side saloon at the time it went down. If we're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. Do I want to present it on this? The game can be really specific about this kind of thing. Yeah, okay. I don't know if I agree with that solution. I feel like maybe there could have been, like, the thing with Phoenix Wright is sometimes it feels like there should be more than one solution. but the game only ever lets you have one correct solution. This is one of those times. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or, to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I feel like the chances of anyone finding your prints, despite you only going in once a month, is very slim. I would only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Seems to me, there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Yes, please explain how you have bloody fingerprints at the crime scene. Like I say, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. Murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. I don't think that's how that works. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or don't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. I don't think he knows how this works at all. I mean, yes, that is possible, but we clearly found his fingerprints made out of blood. There's no way someone could have just happened to touch right on top of his fingerprints and have it match up perfectly, and it wasn't him. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life won't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Only natural for his fingerprints to be in that evidence room. Hey Donald, how's it going? That's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. Hey, it's in one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That locker I used when I was a detective. That locker I still use. That's all in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Found a bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker. The print had been wiped. Same place as the bloodstained handprint. Okay, well, we know that's false. I'm pretty sure we know where we need to press here, or present on here, because we know this is his handprint. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. That's not how that works. That's bullshit. Chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. Chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't going to get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You want to know why? Thought he said he hasn't been in there in ages, but he still uses it. Well, he says he goes in there once a month. So, I don't know. That's a good point. Mind you, he apparently wasn't there during the crime. Possibly. We don't know who the sextuple sevens are at the top of the list of people who got in there, but he wasn't there during the crime because, I mean, his ID card wasn't scanned, right? Completely unrelated, you say? Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although they seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right, it was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. Wait, what do you mean FNAF lore and me, Donald? What do I have to do with FNAF lore? However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This cereal of blood, and desert's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. Oh yeah? You wanna bet? Thanks for telling us which locker was yours, Detective Marshall. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going to go with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? Yeah, too bad it wasn't you in that video. Partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video was the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. On the contrary, the speculations mean that we can't prove shit. Well, Mr. Wright, if you could show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Oh, I'll show you evidence in this video. I know exactly where it is because I thought it was something relevant earlier. In fact, I already presented it to court, but you told me it was useless. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. It's not speculation, it's absolutely fair. Nah, I'll show you. There's definitely evidence in this video. The fact that I already showed the court this evidence and the fact that they brushed it off is hilarious. Now it's gonna look stupid. Show us this incriminating evidence. Oh, I'll show you this incriminating evidence. We just gotta get to the end of this tape. This riveting tape. I guess we forgot the mute button this time, that's fine. I'll be so happy when we're done with this. One more. Right there. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas. So are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in the certain locker shown in the video. The one that you so kindly told us was yours. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Can we rewind it faster? I don't want to ever see this blue badger again, please. Unfortunately, that's not possible because that blue badger shows up in the next 2 games at least. If not all the games. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What is the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Plenty of time for that. Order! Order! It would seem only... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. What? What do you mean it wasn't you? Murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Can you really be this dense? This guy isn't just plain dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say open that locker. Now prove it. Yeah, we went over this like 3 different times. Fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. Well, what kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the lockers aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? The fuck is he chewing on? I only got 1 word for you, partner. Is that a stick? Was he like eating wood? I have no idea what that was supposed to be. Order! Witness, explain yourself! This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Hey! Please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can. Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Only possible place, eh? What about right here? Officer Marshall was standing right here. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Darn it. I thought I got him on something. I could like really, you know, ruffle their feathers. You know, really think outside the box and be like, well, what if Marshall was the killer? Chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. Now they're ganging up on me. Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Marshall was. Officer Meekins should have seen him in the evidence room. Okay, I thought that was... I guess that would have been too easy. You know, considering that they did it in previous trials, I guess it would have been too easy. Only one place he would be. So where was Marshall hiding? At the time of the crime. Okay, well, the video camera is, like, down here somewhere, right? Could he have been hiding... It's not really any place to hide, that's the thing. What if he just wasn't in the evidence room until, like... Well, no, I guess he would have had to be, right? Because... He couldn't have entered the evidence room because he would have needed his key card, right? So where could he have hid? Unless... Wait a second. No, it wouldn't be this, would it? Nah, didn't think so. Yeah, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Wait, you mean the victim? Oh, right. I got the killer and the victim mixed up. I was so, like, set on the fact that Meekins is the victim here, not Detective Goodman, because as we saw in the video, I don't know why they think that Goodman is the victim here. I was right. I just clicked on the wrong circle. I don't agree with the idea that Goodman was the victim in this part of the case. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in this video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know it for sure. But he didn't see the man's face. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his ID card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized this man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ugh, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you ran into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I mean, that's how we got in this situation. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it had been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Just in case. Ooh. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness has to open the locker. Yeah, video again. I'm pretty sure we don't see the video on day 3. So, get your fill of it while you can. So why would he have to open the locker? Oh, I know why he'd have to open the locker. It's actually pretty obvious. Just gotta get to the part. The part where Meekins gets brutally assaulted. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You can just walk out like that. So you hid the code in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have had to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. Seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. It's all a misunderstanding. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. You're the one who brandished the knife, though. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. When you say it, you mean... Do we even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Now, if I have anything to do with it, that incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's what I... stole his stuff. Now why'd you steal everything? Why'd you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Detective Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. Wait, what? Why did you take it all the way there? The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. Okay, wait, how did he get... If he used the card at 5:14 p.m., I guess the card could have, like, been dropped there later in the day. Like, we don't have any proof of when the card was dropped at the prosecutor parking lot, right? Alright, fair. I'll give him that one. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you would have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to be stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little bit surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... Now, when Edgeworth says he has to think more about his race, he means giving him one, right? Because if it wasn't for the fact that Meekins, you know, entered the evidence room and found Marshall disguised as Goodman, I feel like that's a pretty big part of this case. If anything, he's a hero. Let's see. Hey, Crafter, how's it going? So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I don't think it would make a difference, though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there was no murder in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates the crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? No, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. There's a custom case? Oh, dang. Well, I feel like we'll have plenty of real cases to go around. That's cool people make mods for this, though. I didn't know that was a thing. But I'm pretty sure we'll have more than enough real cases if we're playing through the entire series. I mean, we still have, like, what, 5 more games to go? Plus Professor Layton. Plus the Great Ace Attorney. Plus Miles Edgeworth. Like, there's a lot of stuff here. Plus another series that I want to alternate this with, which is very similar to this in terms of gameplay. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Well, you kind of aren't because you've sworn an oath at this court, so you kind of need to answer this question. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Oh, you mean like the roleplay thing? Right, okay. I forgot about the roleplay thing, yeah. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. So the files might be important on this one. Can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? Why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something that went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's why I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. Okay. So that's probably what we need to present on here. Let's take a look at the case files from that incident. Let's see. Perpetrator Joe Dark, serial murder. Sentence was death. All the victims: Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates. These names are great. Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. Oh, that's a familiar sounding name. Head prosecutor was Miles Edgeworth, and the witnesses were Lana and Emma Skye. And it was led by Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Bruce Goodman, investigators are Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. I see. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In the list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Hey, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 incident before I did. That's right. He was killed. When the case fell into your hands. What's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then deputy chief of police. A group of detectives I was part of worked with him. We were desperate to prosecute this killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than everyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 incident case could be reopened. Not satisfied with the resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Is Officer Meekins not wearing socks? It looks like he has bare feet in his shoes. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. Exactly the same time as the murder in the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office's parking lot was the real one. Which means, in turn, only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Good word choice. I'm not really sure if that's a legal word in Scrabble, however. So I question your choice. But, very bold move there. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that it would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant Now what? Oh, you're back. Your Honor, wait. Emma. Defense is an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. How generous of you. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day, so I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But, Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use, but still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana would be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. Okay, we'll save here. What could be wrong with that handprint in Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I mean, I guess so. Okay, what do we know about the handprint? The handprint was... That was the bloody handprint that apparently had no prints. I.e., it was gloved. And it was near some other prints, but those prints weren't bloodied, and I think they were the prints of Gumshoe himself. So it seemed like it was safe to say that those prints were unrelated. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been standing pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray this defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Wait, it wouldn't be the camera, would it? Like, we don't know exactly where this is placed, right? Would it be this? As they say back west, even a blind man can hit with a buckshot. That is, so long as he's facing the general direction. It seems Mr. Wright's not sure which direction to face. It's no use. The more evidence there is, the greater the chance of me being wrong. Just calm down, Mr. Wright. Try and remember what the evidence room was like on the day of the crime. What is it that bothers me about this blood mark? Oh! It wouldn't happen to be... this, would it? What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not there. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing there, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot in the locker. Because it's completely blocked by the animatronic. So that means, exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. May sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only plausible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. So there could have been a murder, and it was just cleaned up beforehand. One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. The other time being, you know, the very, very bloody pool that we found in the crime scene later on. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Now, the only thing I see wrong with this is, are we insinuating that this happened later on? But then I guess we don't have any proof of evidence of that, right? That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found in the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves it occurred. When did the first incident occur? Well, okay, so this is the kicker. Because, like, if it happened before, we know at the crime scene there was a whole mess of stuff. There was, like, the broken pot full of blood. There was, like, a giant pool of blood. There was a bunch of shit lying on the floor. Why was none of that in the security camera? That means the tape had to have happened first, and the real murder had to have taken place later on. But that doesn't make sense, because we know the murder happened at 5:15. Or so we think, at least. He was murdered earlier, the handprint was covered by the thing in the camera, and the detective was dumped in the truck and moved elsewhere. Right. See, that part would make sense. The only thing that disproves that idea is... Where is it? Well, I don't think we have anything to note the giant pool of blood that was at the crime scene, unfortunately. But we do have this pot, which was found at the crime scene, but was not seen in the video. Unless it was just on the floor. I guess maybe it was just out of camera shot. Alright, fair enough, I guess. There's a huge pool of blood. That would have definitely been seen in the video. Or you would think it would be. To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? Well, I can only think of one piece of evidence that would show any sort of time when anyone would have entered. And that would probably be this piece of evidence. I mean, we don't know when exactly said person was killed. But there is one person still unaccounted for. And it would have given him a whole extra hour. And, you know, actually it would line up with the autopsy report. because the autopsy says that he died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. So he would have had to die somewhere between 4 and 5:30. It's gotta be this. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's take a look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 777-7777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777-7777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777-7777. 7. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, Sol. The ID number is 777-7777. Belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Well, that seems a little strange. That seems a little too convenient, you know? Such a person could easily get away with murder. That's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her. The defendant's in over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Ah. Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 777-7777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. When that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? What kind of question is that? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. But Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana... Even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would take place the following day. I guess it's, we're not really defending a innocent person anymore, are we? Even if they didn't kill anyone, per se. Although I guess some could argue that she was responsible for the death of someone. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On a night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for this season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came in and burst into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture? What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd be a scientific investigator. I wanted to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? Oh, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She's the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. Well, that changes things. You know, it'd certainly be helpful if people actually mention this stuff. Seems like every case he gets involved with, it's like people are constantly withholding very important information. Lana. Mr. Wright. Seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, and an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expect as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. It's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said. But she's stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. I still talk about all the cases she and the Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Everyone really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office, and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, who was case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Star. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run into the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Shouldn't they, like, I don't know, maybe lock the door in the interrogation room so this doesn't happen? I don't know, is that a thing they can do? I feel like having locks on those doors would be a good idea, but like have the lock be on the outside so you need a key to leave the room? That would have probably stopped this. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her, after all. Her sister must have gone through. After all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Alright. I feel like we need special permission to get in there, but I'm sure they'll let us in, you know. It's for important business after all. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. Chief of Detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we just go look at some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Guess Sarah said, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Should've known my luck had worn out when this old Billy tried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. Hello again, Crafter. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why the prospectors head west. If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, after all. But, in the initial autopsy, a rare question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? Maybe they forged the tip of the knife. That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Wait, are they the ones responsible for breaking up the crew? Investigation lead Damon Gant and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duel. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. So they got promotions based off falsified evidence. Wow, of course. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret? It all started 2 years ago. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of the Prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Wow, what a coincidence. 2 years to the day. Another similar crime happened. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. But it seems like it was already empty by the time he got there. Was it just already moved, maybe? So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. It's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Enjoy your booze while you can. I doubt there's going to be much of that in jail. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Now do we go back here? Hell yeah. This place is already pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others today, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor is saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more to chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir? We'd like to have a look at around Chief Gant's office.
It's used to connect an hallway to the other building and take the elevator up to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Damn it, Emma. Why'd you have to say something? Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. What are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Guess that wouldn't stop her. What the fuck is this place? Holy shit. Talk about excessive. So how much of the police budget went into building that church organ? Oh, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. You took organ lessons in kindergarten? They wouldn't even let me near a fucking real piano in kindergarten. Never could remember where C was.
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
So, Righto, have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
This is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. Yeah, I think there's a couple things I see aren't right with this picture. Kinda looks like she's about to stab someone. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Photo of the awards ceremony of Gant, Lana, and Neil. Oh, never mind. That's the suit of armor holding that very sharp and dangerous looking blade.
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce of all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long been over. There's no need to investigate anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
This police chief is super sus? Well, yeah, he's the chief of police. Doesn't get more suspicious than that. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he didn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Can we talk to the other chief? Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. I'm sitting so long? Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you and doing gut. Sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. You think you could get us in the chief's office? Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky's the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick! Yes, sir.
I didn't mean to skip that.
Let's go for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. Gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir.
Seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
Seems so genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Doc left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack?
You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall who was trying to protect some Goyle? Me.
Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never failed to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
That's a good idea. We could do that. Let's ask him about Dark's crimes first, though.
The Doc was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take the serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
His car?
So, it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. Jagger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in?
Yes, but in the middle of his question, he fled and murdered his final victim.
So basically, if he just never murdered Marshall or went after Emma or anything like that, he probably could have gone away with all those other murders.
Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma. Alright, let's show him the murder weapon. Where's that thing? About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Yeah, please tell us. This might be important.
This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We chased it back to the store you bought it at. Plus, it has fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it, inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found in the wound. Broken tip was found in the victim's body. Belonged to murderer Joe Dark. I thought that Lana said they had trouble matching the tip with the rest of the knife.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now and his office is locked.
But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What, really?
What if I let a civilian in there? I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. What could we show him that would convince him to help us break and enter into the Chief of Police office? Since when did knives have fibers? Yeah! The only thing I can think of is it has fibers from the clothing. Because, like, I mean, obviously, you know, he would have had to stab through clothing, right? So there's probably a few fibers that got stuck. Because, like, if the knife is covered in blood, then it would stand to reason that, like, the hilt of the knife would have had some fibers on it. And then the tip, of course, would have probably also had fibers on it. And we've all been stuck there because of the blood hardening. That's the only thing I can think of. Which, I mean, to me, that makes a lot of sense. What can we show him that would, like, let us in? Can we show him this picture? Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your tab shut. I'll, keep that in mind. Jeez. What about this? About that jaw. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the Chief's office, and he's yelling at me. Chief can't. Where could I have seen that before? Maybe, here? Oh, okay. Oh, it's literally in the picture! What do you mean you haven't, okay, alright. You ask where you've seen it before, and I show you exactly where you might have seen it before. Apparently that wasn't good enough, though. Well, what else am I supposed to show him? I'm supposed to show him this? It's also in that picture. And that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Miss Edgeworth got the other day. We're at the award ceremony, Detective? Of course, pal. I got my award for my diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. Okay, well, that's also in the picture. Apparently that's not good enough. Should I show him the knife again? That's just the evidence locker. How is it not like this and this? That makes the most sense. Should I show him this? No, okay. Okay, let's show him this again. Yeah, like, where could I have seen that before? Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe this picture that has it in the back? Is that where you could have seen it before? But apparently not, because that's not what you want me to show. Oh, would it be the evidence room? No? Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to show him. I'm supposed to, like, I need to show him 2 pieces of evidence. He was on this list, right? No, he wasn't. What am I showing him? No, it wouldn't be that. It was found. This was so we reassembled this in the evidence room, and it's also in this picture of them at the ceremony. Do I show him this and then? Do I show him the trophy? That doesn't make sense. No. I don't know what I'm showing him. Like, none of this other stuff makes any sense. It's not this. apparently knows nothing about this, despite there, you know, being the pot, the very same looking pot right in the back there. I mean, but that could be any pot. But he knows nothing about that picture. And nothing about that either. Okay, we'll just show him everything, I guess, and slowly go through all the evidence. I've been staying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I for one ain't buying it, pal. Looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal when it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dart guilty. No, he doesn't care about the video. How about the handprint? Can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. I had to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? You think he gave a cactus to the chief of detectives in the back there as well? Because he also has one. Would it be this? The locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker. Hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, detective? The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand, without any fingerprints. Shh, if they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't ya? If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. I wonder if there's a case where we actually do have to defend Detective Gumshoe. Maybe the glove? No. The fuck am I presenting here? You know what? I'll just look it up because otherwise I'm gonna be just going through everything anyways. Let's see. Okay, where we talked to Detective Gumshoe? Okay, present the unstable jar. Oh, he can't help us yet. Oh, okay. I thought we had the things we could do, but apparently not. We gotta go into elsewhere. Where have we not been yet? Here. We haven't been here yet. I guess that makes sense. Should have just left. I was too stubborn and thought we could actually do something of it, but apparently we can't. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down at the evidence room. That must be where all the detectives are. We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. I don't know, everyone was like insistent that Meekins was the killer, but as we saw, he was the victim, so it seems like the police can be wrong from time to time. But instead, it just looks like we ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. We're gonna find all the answers by tomorrow. There we go. Wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. Looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? Sure is quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility is the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why does it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought the case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture? Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Why did he ask you to hold on to a screwdriver? And it's not even the SL9 incident, it's a completely different case.
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right.
Alright then. Should I present him the picture? Seemed like that was hinted at. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy that Mr. Marshall is holding. It has a little different. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind this design.
A story?
Sounds interesting.
Would you mind telling this to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on.
What do you mean, contradiction?
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake?
Very well.
Yeah, you know, they totally teach you that in school.
Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd that he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Unstoppable force versus immovable object. Who would win? Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their own conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield?
You'll have to ask Chief Gant.
2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant.
2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. Interesting. Are we to leave now? Yes. I'm surprised she's still relevant. I kind of forgot about the previous day of trial.
Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef?
Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who snuck the cow's nipple to discover milk.
Do we need to think about it that way? I mean, is she wrong? Probably not. You know, we don't need to think about it like that, though.
Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness?
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Maybe she knew that she forged evidence the whole time?
Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant.
That legendary pair was the reason they were able to keep up our investigation.
That was why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Jake owed Darko what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position of chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change.
At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star.
You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana's second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he'd handled.
Attract evidence or create it himself, perhaps? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why'd she have to turn out so cold after that? Can we get into the chief's office now? Maybe? Here? Oh. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line. The office is the last crime scene of the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. Okay, what can we show him that'll convince him, that'll change his mind? There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Okay, maybe we'll try the pot and pitcher again. Maybe now it will just magically work. Okay, let's see. In this picture, maybe? Ugh. Am I not to show him anything yet? Were we not at that part? Oh, I didn't investigate his office. Whoops. I guess I could have done that, couldn't I? I, kind of forgot to do that. Maybe there was something in there we could have grabbed. Hang on a second. No, not there. There. There was this crumpled up paper on the floor, after all. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's crawling around at my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. It's a letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. That's probably what we have to show to Gumshoe. I mean, if anyone cares about Edgeworth, it's Gumshoe. Now we can go and convince him to break the law. I mean, like, what reason would Gumshoe have to stick around at the police office if Edgeworth loses his job, right? Where are we going? This way. Alright, here you go. Look what Edgeworth was doing. You sure you don't want to help us after seeing this? What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way. Miss Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He just us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective... That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here, Take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, it may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, Detective. Thank you. Alright. Well, if he's willing to put his job on the line, it must be serious. Let's get in there. See what we can find. The decisive evidence to close this case. Here goes, Mr. Wright. It's a little strange that just anyone can waltz in here if they have an ID card. Like, you'd think it would be, I don't know, programmed to only open by Chief Gant's ID, or whoever works with him in the office at the moment. Which, you know, would have been Lana at the time of the original crime. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. He followed us. What? Did you fucking slap him? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? Hey, I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. You know, you could, like, I don't know. I feel like it would at least help your case a little bit if you didn't follow us in here. But maybe not. If you're here, then what's the point in you giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my god. Why would you do that? The hell, Phoenix? I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I might have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I got a bad feeling about this. Can we talk to him still? Okay, we can talk to him first. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. Whatever happened to preserving the crime scene? You got a cleaning lady in here cleaning up the crime scene? Can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's the only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be... Nah. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. Let's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. There you go, ignored me again. Chief Gant, the suspect? Nah. Whoa, no, surely. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to the theme park. Why did she leave it in here? Wow. Sister doesn't care about Emma. Confirmed. This was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust in it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? Nah. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. Maybe the stuff of legends are made of. Does he keep it in his memory of her or in memory of the crime? The crime that got him promoted. I don't know. I can't tell if Gant seems like the kind of guy who would do that, though, to be fair. This was taken that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Doc. I bet he never knew how he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? The Chief's organ serves a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. It's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When the detective screws up, the Chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally. But aren't the Chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. It's beside the point. I think he doesn't listen to anyone because he probably fucked up his hearing. Nah, that guy probably wears earplugs. Can't bear to listen to himself play the piano. Oh, look at this safe over here. Maybe we can open it. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That wood is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel. Open it. We'll just do a little breaking and entering. Nothing wrong with that, right? 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. Maybe? What do we think this number might be? I have a couple theories. Let's try... Do we have a... No, we don't have a date on that one. We just know it was 2 years ago. Hey, well, let's give a number a try. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's... I didn't want to try your birth date, but, yeah, I mean... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Huh. It worked. What a great and secure password that is. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? Number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777. 7. That ID number. I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Oh, I'm gonna look inside. Don't you worry. Is any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a... Aside from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here, too. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. With a handprint. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the Chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. Actually, I think there might be something. But let's take a finish looking around first. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? So is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What, you mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. See, it's not that easy, unfortunately. You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
That's a very interesting looking phone.
Ah, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
Oh, it's you two.
Hey, Chief Gant.
He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
Wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at this case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What'd you just say?
I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists.
Normally they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
Half-size lists of evidence.
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. List of the evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this is the part... This part is all I've got. Do we need to go and get the other part from... Edgeworth, then?
We found this inside the drawer.
List of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list.
What would this list be doing here? We better look into a little more into this list. Probably have to go talk to him.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you're to drop that... At first the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Nothing else here? Alright, let's start talk to Gumshoe again. Okay, we'll present the rest of the jar, because, I mean, that seems likely here.
Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of these sides with an SL9 sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one that was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Yeah, let me see that chart. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Shows what a rookie can do.
That's right. Here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes.
Boy, I wonder where this piece goes.
Okay, well, I mean, I have to rotate it first, but there you go.
It's done.
There. Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But, hey guys, get a load of this.
What is it?
This piece he just attached. It's different from the others.
What do you mean?
It has a reddish line on it.
A reddish line?
That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
Evidence from the SL9 incident. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces. There's something else. I need that leather piece too, no? But I don't know what that would be from. Can we check this at all? Okay. That's, huh. Okay. I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Why wouldn't you show Emma? The hell are you keeping this in for? I guess because Gumshoe could probably see.
That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here?
Yeah, looks like the right side of the form's been torn off.
So, Mr. Edgeworth's list really was the only half of the whole thing.
something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. The back? Oh, okay, now we need to check the back? Wow, I wonder what's on the back. Huh. Never saw this before. Definitely not 30 seconds ago. Wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? Oh man, you still keeping it quiet. What you keep? Gumshoe knows about it. He just pointed it out. The fuck you mean keep quiet about it? Gumshoe already knows. There's no one to hide this from. I don't know what your game's about here. What else can we show him? Can we show him anything else? Because I need that leather, after all. Well, okay, can we examine again? Can we just grab it? No, that's it. Okay. Alright, well, let's go to Edgeworth, because it's the only thing I can think of right now. Maybe we can see if we can get the other half of that list. Where is it? Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very stylish manner. Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. How is that not your best evidence? He was looking for the other half of the list. Can I show him anything? Oh, fine. No, okay. Let's move back then. I guess we weren't done with Gumshoe after all. Where's it? Okay, what are we presenting to him then? I need to get that piece of cloth after all. But I don't know what that cloth would be. Like, whoa, it had a handprint on it, right? Can we, like, test it for prints, maybe? Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces, too. Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. At 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall. New and improved growth formula. You mean this can't detect any blood traces? Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol. So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. This man can't even read. This is what I wanted to present to him. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints. That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Jeez. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead. Take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth, then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. Are you my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Let's start with this print. Oh, that's a really fucked up print. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Fine. Let's try the thumb. Probably should have just started with that one. I mean, it's something. I gave it my best shot. Nope, still no good. Alright, third time's the charm, right? We'll try the middle finger. Oh, that's perfect. Oops. Oh, we're not done yet? Okay, well, I mean, it's close enough. At least we got our print. Okay, what are we looking for here? Whose print could this be? Can't wait to find this one out. Oh, not quite. Is it Bruce's? Nah, the area on the bottom left corner doesn't quite match. It's not Dick's. That would certainly be a twist. It doesn't look like Lana's either. It's also the wrong way. Oh. You know, something tells me they didn't need to forge evidence. Seems like they had the right evidence here all along. What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? You found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst, hey you, over here. What's going on in here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Yeah. Maybe you should hold on to this. Found in Chief Cat's safe. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Kent! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a CERN detective. Do you mean me, sir? Oh then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID card on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out! Yes, sir. Ooh, someone's getting fired. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait! You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright. Look, pal. If I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gann was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. He just told you to leave, drop off your crumpled up ID card, and you're gonna go back in there and talk to him. I don't think that's a good idea. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police want to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think you've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. He did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not you that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Grant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse the Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I mean, I don't know about falsified, but we did, like, find stuff related to it. Maybe this? You want proof of Chief's wrongdoings? Here it is. That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, all right. But it's not the Chief. Who would that be? Why, you, of course. Me? Yes. You seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you. What with all your fallacious accusations? Care to spend tonight in the cell next to mine? If you ask me, you're the scary one. Okay, I gotta have something here. Oh hey, I can finally talk again. Only took an hour to reconnect the chat. Wait, what? The hell happened? Fucking Twitch having a blackout? You know what? That might explain why Twitch is like keeps freezing on my end. I wasn't sure what was going on, but it's like the video preview on my end was like keep crashing. I figured it was just my browser, but it seemed to be a little more common than usual, so it seemed a little suspicious. Okay, so what was he... Okay, I need to show proof that he falsified evidence in that case. Would it be the case list because, or the evidence list? Because it's, it was ripped in half after all. No idea, for 3 minutes he kept freezing for me, but even after it stabilized, I couldn't see chat. Huh. Yeah, even now it's, like, still freezing for me on my end. I'm hoping that, everything is okay. I haven't been dropping frames, so I can only assume Twitch is to blame for any issues. Unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, the player is having problems on my end too. I'm guessing it's just Twitch being dumb, sadly. Always frustrating when it happens, but I mean, if it's not something on my end, there's not really a whole lot I can do about it. Unless it's like secretly dropping frames. I just found this in the safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Okay, look. Okay, this is stupid. Again, wish these puzzles had more than one solution. I showed her the cloth. Don't you think that the cloth, the pot, and the evidence list should all be potential answers to this puzzle? And yet only the evidence list is accepted as the correct answer, despite the fact that he mentions all three of the three things in the same breath. That makes no sense to me. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago,
I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders.
See, this is why I always use the HTML5 player. There's a plugin you can get for browsers. I don't have the link on hand, unfortunately, but there's a plugin you can install that like has a way better player than the built-in Twitch player. It's just the video's a lot smoother. It has the ability to buffer. It has the ability to rewind and watch old parts of the VOD on the fly. You know, kind of like YouTube's live stream service. And just everything about it is so much better. So if you're on PC, definitely recommend installing it. I think it's like, just Google like HTML5 Twitch player plugin or something like that. And it should be the first result. Even bonus, it even has like some built-in ad blocking support. As best as you can have on Twitch anyways, because Twitch is very weird about how the way it implements ads, making it very hard to block them.
Yes, that's more than accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Wow, he's like passively implicit in this crime and he doesn't even know it. Poor Edgeworth. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon was while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
Looks like all the recent reviews are... It doesn't work well anymore. It works sometimes. Like, can I go to my channel on here? Let's see if it's working today. It's like... lately, I think it's had a couple of problems. But I know it works like sometimes and doesn't always work, unfortunately. Actually, do I even have it enabled? Where is it? I don't even see it on my list. Hang on. Why is it not on my list? Did I uninstall it somehow? Sometime? Oh no, there it is. It seems to be working today. I wasn't able to get it working the other day on my Steam Deck, but I just chalked it up to being a Linux issue more than anything, but it looks like it's working today at least. Yeah, it's called, let's see if I can get the actual name for it. It's literally called Alternate Player for Twitch.tv. It's like a more pure HTML5 player. It still has like full chat support and everything. It's just a lot nicer. And like if you pause, you can even like rewind it for a little bit. It has a bit of a recording function. I believe it's on both Firefox and Chrome. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes, it seems I've got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible.
So you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case.
Here, let me give you the actual link to like the real thing, just to make sure you have the right one. Manage link. Where's the link? Can I not get the link from here? That's weird. I thought I could get the link from from the page. Oh, you know what? This works probably. There we go. Here's the link. Try this if you can. Oh, you got it? Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I only have the Firefox link, so I mean, I don't have the ability to give you a Chrome link, really, but If you found it, that's great. Give it a try. Maybe it'll work better for you. I find it buffers way less than the built-in player on Twitch.
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
Oh, because they would think Joe Dark was on the loose again or something. So you wrap the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You were going to incriminate her too? What the fuck?
You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. So when did he actually get murdered, though?
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But, Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer? And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. So it seems likely that Gant is responsible for all the actual murdering going on here. But a lot of other stuff happened too. You know, I bet that screwdriver is the reason why Edgeworth's car is back at the prosecutor's office. Gant told him to do it. Well, you know what? If Edgeworth finds out this is what happened, I don't blame him for trying to retire from prosecuting. He's just being used as a pawn in these guys' schemes. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth!
Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number that is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch.
Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True, not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it.
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you.
If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right?
This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant.
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, G. Been back to the pool yet?
What? Why is he so obsessed with swimming?
Is this a joke I'm not getting? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
That's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana.
Being the chief of police doesn't give him the authority to control the courtroom.
No, it doesn't.
But I mean, the judge did agree. They're good friends after all.
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana...
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth!
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut,
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, this prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony.
Doesn't improve if she confesses. No, you're right. It doesn't. But it seems that even the prosecution wants to doesn't agree with the claim as well. Although you're right. I mean, like if she confesses to it, I mean technically, the judge should just be like, all right, fine, guilty, get out of here. She wants to be convicted of a crime she didn't commit. Well. Yeah, even if there was some, like, funny shit going on behind the scenes, like Edgeworth just said.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy,
You'll live to regret this, mark my words.
Miss Emma Skye, please take to the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Phoenix has won a talk. How many times has he,
Raised objections and postulated bullshit claims with, little evidence. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes. She was in second in command at the then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she's the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished work.
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office.
There's a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Garrett and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when the Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but...
So what did you see? Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image on the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, a Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture?
Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
Oh. Lost, you say? You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture.
Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. Guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let us continue. The scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man.
That must have been a real shock.
Even now when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Doug was holding you hostage.
When the lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie.
But
Lana sure does. Need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Oh, don't worry. I know exactly where we go with this. Well, lucky for you, Emma, I found your masterpiece right here. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl poured all her heart into that drawing of that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that?
hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It appears, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What?
Order! Order! But, Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, it's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth?
It's possible. Let's see. Was there something on the back of his list? Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Why is that there? That's that thing. It will haunt us forever. That thing that was that's in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. List of the evidence in the SL9 incident. Half of this list was found in Gant's desk. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Okay. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. Does it, though? I didn't know they were just silhouettes in real life. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Only shadows, eh? So you couldn't see anyone clearly. So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? And then she fainted and she couldn't see anything else. Is this really that useful? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course! This is the exact scene. Wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Is there? Huh. Okay. Can we take a look at the picture? Where is it? Huh. What is the contradiction here? I mean, the only thing that comes to mind as a possible contradiction is we know that the Blue Badger was only thought of more recently, like well after the case took place. So why did the chief of detectives have access to this paper and was drawing on it, right? But I mean, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, it was ripped already by then, probably. The half with the picture was probably stored in Gant's safe for who knows how long by that point. So that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So what would the contradiction be here? She drew what she saw in the moment. The flash of lightning was so bright, so all I could see were shadows. Okay, well that explains the black, right? And then she fainted. So it's exactly what I saw in that instant. Okay. So it's a picture she drew 2 years ago. Okay, fine. We know though about the lightning, and it's the only reason she saw anything at all. And then she fainted. Exactly what she saw in that instant. Do we have anything else? Should I just, like, present the picture? Exactly what she saw in that instant. Okay, well... why would she not have seen exactly that in that instant? Is it because of, like, who is, like, doing the stabbing here? Is it because of what they're holding? I mean, that could be anything. We can't say for sure if that is or isn't, like, a knife or something. Like, okay, so she was getting attacked by Jake, or yeah, Mr. Dark, and then Marshall comes running in, tackles him, she gets tossed aside, she sees the lightning flash, causes that image, and then she fainted. Now, she fainted before the actual murdering took place. I guess that's understandable. A lot of was going on. But she saw this, like, is there a reason why this is contradictory? I guess we can't take a look at the list of evidence. I'm gonna present it anyways. Nah, I didn't think so. That would have been a little too easy. Okay, let me press this one again. Let's see. Exact scene. Wasn't influenced from any of the detectives' talks. Drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Even though it was, like, still 2 to 3 days later. Something inspiring about this picture. She claims it's exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. But what? So she didn't see the actual murder take place because she fainted. Trauma in a situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Is that the contradiction? Because, like, the fact that the lightning flashed and then because of what she saw, she fainted, and therefore, like, how could she have seen this exact moment of him about to stab? Is that what it's considering here? I don't want to press this one, actually. Let's knock to the floor. You're knocked to the floor. And that's when the lightning flashed. So, like, okay, so she claims to have seen this, but all she could see was shadows because it was so dark, but if the lightning flat, I feel like the picture's gotta be what we present, but I just need to figure out where exactly we present it. Lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. Do we present it here? No. What else could we present, though? Like, we don't have anything else. Like, we know this handprint is Emma's, but that doesn't mean anything. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Stabbed in the back. Is there something here that would contradict the idea that he was stabbed in the back? Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Between 7 and 7:30. Maybe? Picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Are we supposed to argue the idea that this doesn't look like him getting stabbed in the back? Because, like, she didn't see the actual murder, she just saw this. So, like, for all we know, he could have, like, swung the knife down and, like, kind of turned him around and ran to his back. I know it doesn't look like it, but that's not it, is it? No. There's no way. It is. What? Okay, where is this going? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? That's what I want to know. Yeah, what part of this would contradict it? Like, the fact that, are we supposed to show, like, convince the court that this isn't him getting stabbed in the back? Like what part of this proves with beyond a shadow of the doubt he wasn't getting stabbed in the back here? Right? Like, is it this? Sure. Yeah, let's go for the square thing at the top here. The contradiction lies here, of course. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Are we really doing this? This was drawn by a 14-year-old. In, like, the heat of the moment, based on, like, a literal split-second flash in shadow. And we're going to nitpick the idea that this knife doesn't have a tip? That's what we're worried about? Can we really use this as definitive proof that this doesn't have a tip? And it's like, oh, well, that's a contradiction. The knife obviously had a tip. But look, she drew it without a tip. Obviously, this is accurate. And she drew it from perfect memory. This is what it looked like. It's like a photograph. You can't use it like that. This is bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on this one. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. Then again, these are the same people who were convinced that, Meekins, like, fucking assaulted not Goodman the other day, even though the video footage clearly showed Meekins getting assaulted. Like, okay. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, Patel, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. I just can't fathom the idea that we're using this child's drawing as definitive proof that what she saw happened after the murder and not before it. All because she decided to draw the knife square. Are we going to next, like, use this as evidence towards the idea that none of them had hands because she drew circles in place of them? That they were all just black silhouettes in real life because she didn't draw their faces? Like, we did, this is stupid. This is easily the dumbest argument Phoenix has made yet. And yet they're eating it up. I'm not playing along with this. This is dumb.
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly.
I believe you were annoyed at the time,
But she was sure she remembered correctly.
but there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
I think there is. It's pretty simple. She was 14 years old and drawing something she saw in like half a second 3 days before she drew it. I think that's what it is. Also, she probably just sucks at drawing. Like, imagine if they used one of my drawings as like evidence in court. It would be even worse off. The amount of contradictions you could try and pull from that, if under the same logic, yeah, no. It'd be even worse. Her drawing is way better than mine.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation.
Have you forgotten already?
About a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No.
Order! Order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor,
Please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. Why didn't you just say that then? Like, help us explain the picture and what exactly you saw instead of letting us trying to figure out your fucking scribbles from 2 years ago. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. That would have probably helped a lot if she just, like, described her picture and, like, see, this is the broken knife that he was holding before he killed Marshall. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? Yeah, you know what? I think there could, no? What would the other knife have been? I mean, it would be... it wouldn't be Edgeworth's knife, would it? No. I don't know what it'd be, actually. Let's save here, just in case. I don't know if there could have been another knife. Another knife besides this one. Well, I mean, this screwdriver looks fairly knife-like, doesn't it? But I don't think that would have been it. What else could be used? Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I have an idea. This is a very, very dumb idea. Not as dumb as the picture, but I have an idea. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error. Mr. Wright, in that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Should I show the picture? I'm gonna go with the picture, because it actually shows the knife. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here in this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Ah! What is it, Miss Edgeworth? It's
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! Order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. That can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife as the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth? What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture? I'm the one who drew it. You drew that? What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. When will we ever be rid of this music? I swear I don't think this music was in the second game, so there's at least that. All I had, but this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. First knife mix-up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Even the judge isn't having any of her bullshit. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. So who exactly did you see raise a knife? Because it sounds like both people had knives now. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... She tackled them. Holy shit, why did she do that? Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was, I've got to help that other person. What do you mean you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? There was another flash of lightning, and then she saw the blue badger somehow. She had a vision of truth and justice. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. What if he, like, came across her drawing and he was like, that's it. That's our new mascot. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought this thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face, with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it when Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? Do we have any idea? I mean, we gotta have something. Like, this whole thing seems to hinge on the idea that she saw the blue badger or something like it. What would look like the blue badger? 3 horns and all. You know what? I think I have an idea. I just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Oh, viewpoint? Gotta show them the correct angle to look at this from. Do we really have to listen to this music? What if we had it upside down? You know, it would make a lot more sense for this thing to be upside down. I know in that photo, it was the other way around, but like, who would stand this thing? How is this thing even physically standing from the other way? I just can't see it. It was a disaster waiting to happen this whole time. How is that not more like the blue badger? Ah, fine. The right angle. Did I not... Alright, fine. We'll try it again. Did I really not do it right? I mean... Oh, we can turn it this way too. Well, okay. That's a lot different. The rotate left and right. I don't even know if those were in the original. Maybe like this? I guess that kind of looks like it. It's close, right? Maybe it's the other way around. I don't know. Is that... Sure, you know what? Let's go with it. Are you kidding me? Fine. Why is this so hard? Like, okay, what way would this, like, make sense? I mean, okay, it obviously has to do with, like, all three of these, except one's missing. But we don't worry about that right now. Is it like this? Is this really it? No, that doesn't make sense, though, because, like, these are pointed so far down. Is that good enough for it? I don't know. I'm going to try it again. No. What way do we need to rotate this? It wouldn't be like this, would it? Didn't I already try this? Like, the problem with this... Oh, there we go. I think we got it now. Just gotta, like, angle it a bit more. That kind of matches. Are you... Really? Okay, I think I almost have it. Like, you can't tell me that's not the correct angle. Maybe it's like... Maybe this broken part was broken at the time of the murder? And that's actually... No, because then that doesn't make sense for the shape. Okay, these two have to be sticking up, right? Like, how is this not it? I don't know which way we need this to be facing. Maybe like this? Nah, would that... Okay, I feel like this is really close, but I feel like I'm just ever so slightly off that the game's like, nah, you're nowhere near it. Give up. Like, I'm trying to make it so that the middle part is, like, just a little bit sticking up, like that, maybe? Are you kidding me? How can I make it look any more like the Badger? I feel like I made it sufficiently like the Badger. Wait, do I have to... Hold on. Hold on. Wait a second. She drew it sideways, did she not? Because, like, she was holding the papers horizontal or sideways. She drew the scene with the murder, and then the face was pointing... Okay, I think I see what I'm doing wrong here. I have the right idea, but the problem is... So, this is, like, supposed to be like this. Despite this picture being up here and showing it the way that it's... You know, the way that the Badger looks today, I think what we want is more like this. No? What do you mean, no? Let's look at the picture again. Am I still wrong? Or do we not care about that? Okay, I think I kind of see... Maybe I'm not tilting it enough. Like, I need to put more of the main part of the vase in view. Maybe act like that broken piece isn't broken? Perhaps. I guess we can give that a try. That might do it. Maybe the broken piece is what caused it. That would actually make a lot of sense. I feel like we're going down the, oh yeah, you know, the knife was totally broken and she drew everything perfectly accurately rabbit hole again. But even if I do that, I don't know if that would that work here? The only problem with, like, pretending it's not broken is, like, see how the three things are pointed? Like, if this is below, it's the wrong angle, right? Like, even if we were to assume it wasn't broken, how do we get all three of these handles to be in the right positions? Because, like, the handles are obviously the yellow balls. Going crazy listening to this music. Would it be like this? No, that's still the wrong way. Like, they're not pointed the right way at all. No matter how you shape this, is the problem. You bring up a good suggestion, but I can't see like how you'd get these to point all the right way. Cause like, okay, let's say we get these two pointed the right way, you know, kind of like this. But like, it needs to be, we need one pointing this way, and we can't get that with this because it's on the wrong side. I wish we could see, like, her drawing instead of this. I feel like that would be much more useful. Like, I can't get it any closer than that, I feel. Unless... like, okay, so if we were to assume it wasn't broken, should I just use the broken handle as like another one of the things? That'd be I feel like that'd be a dumb bait and switch on the game's part, but we can try it. I don't think that's right. No. Oh my god, okay. How am I supposed to rotate this? Because I'm pretty sure I have it right. I'm probably just like pixels off. If I'm like completely wrong, I'll be surprised. How is this like GameFAQs guy gonna explain to me how to rotate this thing? Okay, your mission is to rotate the jar in such a fashion that resembles the blue badgers. It's difficult to explain. Firstly, flip the jar upside down from where it is already stationed. Okay, let's go with this. I'm probably pixels off. Unless, wait a second. Okay, if we flip this upside down. No. Is this supposed to be in front? Is that what I'm doing wrong here? Is it supposed to be like this instead? Maybe? Like, I guess that looks a little closer than whatever I was trying to do. Flip the jar upside down from where it is already stationed. Tilt the jar away from you. And shifting it up. Make it look like a party hat. Okay, well, I feel like I've made it look like a party hat sufficiently. Like, more like this? I guess that gives it a bit more of a curve. Like, it's almost like it's drooping down. But isn't this, like, tilted way too far up? The small end of the jar should just barely be seen. Like that? I don't fucking know. Yeah, it's not right at all. The problem with this GameFAQs, guys, it's using the DS touchscreen and its like control scheme, which is completely different than this game's control scheme. Whereas this game uses just freeform rotations, you had to use like scroll bars on the DS. And I don't remember exactly how the scroll bars like reacted to everything. Okay, so it says to flip it so that this part is like it's completely upside down. Flip the jar upside down from where it is already stationed. From here, tilt the jar away from you. So this way? So I had the right idea. Tilt the jar away from you using the scroll bar and shifting it up. Make it look like the party hat. The small end of the jar should just barely be seen. So like this. Is that really it? Was this really it? No. Oh my god. I feel like this thing is just really stupidly finicky. And there's nothing more to this than the fact that, like... I guess it's just barely seen, so I'm like, but like how much, there's gotta be something sticking up because you're gonna need to like emulate how tall this is, right? Fuck me. Is there like a picture I can get of this thing? That's what I need at this point. Just need an image of how it's supposed to be rotated. I am literally like 3 pixels off, if you can believe that. It is extremely fussy. And you know what? Now that I'm doing this again, I think I had to look up the exact same Google query back when I played this on the DS too. That's how finicky this is. Like, once I get this right, you'll see just how stupid this is. It is really stupid. Like, okay, it is this angle. I had it right. It is like, you need to like, so see where this dark part on the top here kind of like starts transitioning to the lighter gray? You need to make that transition invisible. Like, kind of like that. It needs to be like that. But you still need to see a little bit of the angle. So kind of like that. And then maybe like... like that maybe? Is that right? Okay, let's see your image. I didn't actually click on yours. I was just using my Google searches. But let's see your image. Yeah, no, it's like, that's basically what I had. Man. This is overly fussy. You'd think they would, like, make this a little more lenient or something. Okay, we gotta rotate it this way. It's gotta rotate like this first. And then I'm gonna use the buttons from this time. I'm using this image as a guide. Seeing exactly... I gotta analyze this pixel by pixel. It's the only way. Like that, maybe? That looks almost exactly. The angle looks perfect. The only thing that's not perfect is maybe that? No, it needs to be a little further down. Like that. No, that's too much. Maybe like that. Holy shit! Fuck that puzzle. I hope that when we get to Apollo Justice, they're not this finicky. I really hope they're not this finicky. Because we're gonna be here all night if they're all like this. This is one case. This is one puzzle in one case. Imagine a whole game filled with this stuff. Well, is this a miracle or what? It is a miracle. It's a miracle that the game accepted my solution, because I thought for sure I was off. Oh, man. No one could possibly deny the star's resemblance to the Blue Badger. Yeah, after I tried like 10,000 times. I sure hope not. No, it can't be. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What is your point? What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. Like, I feel like you could still have it need to be that precise, but maybe there'd be ways you could, like, fix it in the HD version. Like, on the DS, you didn't have as much space. Fair. But on, like, this version, you could have had, like, the picture behind where the jar is rotated. You could have just had it, like, automatically detect it. You could have, like, even just, like, increased the, leniency of it. That's, like, all you needed to do, really. But it's, like, pixel perfect. I probably had something close to that angle, like, 3 times. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Well, very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The murderer? No. The murder weapon. No, we don't. The location? The location. I mean, we know where the jar was in that screenshot, right? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yeah, a very specific angle. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It is on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. At an angle that is, like, not even close to what we just proved. So, how are we gonna prove that? But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is those two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall could not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying that the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. I mean, sure, yeah, but why? That doesn't say anything. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Absolutely not, Your Honor. I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to be in the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah, a suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. Emma killed Neil Marshall. Wow, what a twist. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Why do you have, like, a sword with, like, a sharpened, or a suit of armor with a sharpened sword in your office like that? That just, okay, forget this event. Like, it's right behind Gant's desk. Like, if he just backs up his chair and gets up the wrong way, he's gonna kill himself on that sword, too. The exact same thing can happen with him just casually getting out of his desk. Why would you have something like that?
It seems like a terrible idea. What is with these people having, like, sharpened swords? Just hanging around.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
That's right. You're going away for a long time, Emma. Lock her up, boys!
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
She's already taken away.
What? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin this crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, you have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence? Yeah, you know, that thing that we need? I mean, it was fun, like, doing all this speculation about blue badgers and people getting knocked into fake sharp swords.
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify. Or can you? Get me on the phone now!
This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Where's Maya? How fast do you think she could get down here? Maybe like 30 minutes, an hour? We can wait.
Touché, Miss Sky. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
Testimony is evidence, though? I mean, it's not hard evidence. It's like, it's witness testimony. You can't rely on it 100%. As we just proven, witness testimony can clearly be wrong. As this entire game has shown, witness testimony is wrong.
I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record.
The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. I mean, I guess it has to exist, right? What could cause... What do we have that's evidence that the name could exist somewhere? Well, we have this handprint. Unfortunately, that's Emma's handprint, as we've proven. So nothing there. Oh, maybe on here. Yeah, okay, it's in the evidence, sure. Let's go with it. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Just hear me out, okay?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
I mean, I don't know how he could have drawn on this, because, like, if it got flung up, and then that's when Emma saw the blue badger, wouldn't this thing have broken by the time it hit the ground? It looks pretty fragile, and as we, like, saw, you know, we found out earlier it was broken, and we had to reassemble it. So how the hell did he get, you know, a chance to write on it? But it's probably this. The truth and a paycheck. No one's doing this for free. I mean, yeah. It's why it's the only reason why Phoenix begged Lana to not like go and do self-defense here. Because if she no longer accepted him as her lawyer, then what was he gonna do? He was out of a job. Of course he wasn't gonna have that. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he gonna just speak to the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see faint trail of blood in this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. My last message. Clean this jar already. It's very dusty. This broken jar. Well, how do we draw lines? Okay, that works. Not as intuitive as a touchscreen, let me tell you. I like that we're just like deliberately proving Emma is a murderer here. Fucking Phoenix has no qualms with this whatsoever. Is that it? Where's the point? Is that it? What? I'm supposed to connect this to... What? Undo? Hello? Can we just present that? I mean, I guess so. Sure. Is that good enough for you? Yeah. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Was he innocent though? Because, like, apparently he killed several other people. And he was clearly gonna, like, kill someone up here. He was gonna kill Emma. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. Is it, though? Apparently they didn't have evidence. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We're defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately, responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Apparently Emma is a murderer, so arguably he was trying to take out a murderer. Yeah! But Emma's only a murderer by accident here. Emma's only a murderer by circumstance. That does still make her a murderer, though. It's a tricky situation for sure. But hey, you know what? She's not our client, so it's not our problem. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to sell the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this child is headed, no one knows. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? You got a lot of noise, pal, making the detective run around all around while on duty. And then top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. This sounds like deja vu. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was ever a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Oh, we're actually going to use law this time. Let's see how many laws we've broken so far, shall we? With all these other cases that we've done. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is this right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him? So what, we can throw it at him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Actually, I don't know if I want to do that. I want to get charged with assault. There's enough crime going around as it is. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more. You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. And it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness,
This trial is as good as over.
The defense calls... time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Oh, we calling him to the stand? Alright, let's go. Fucking one-on-one. Get out here, Damon. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has a first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Grant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Grant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean the time that Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Damn. Okay. Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There's still some things unaccounted for.
Oh? Like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave, or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that the police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Is that because he's the chief? Or is that just something that anyone can do? Because if that's because he's the chief, that's kind of bullshit.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of my time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. At least he's cooperative.
Maybe a little passive-aggressive, but he's cooperative. Self-incrimination? I mean, you know, maybe. Also, the fact that he's the chief of police, he can kind of do whatever he wants to me. He could probably get away with self-incrimination. Then, you know, stick it on me somehow. I don't know. Man's been known to forge evidence, as we've proven. Well, we still have to prove it to him, of course. But, as I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Oh yeah, sure, okay.
Is that what Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify,
Then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Quick, where's that book? That's pretty hard.
as I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it.
You need to go sleep. I think I'm gonna do an all-night, I think. You're gonna stay up? Are you staying up to watch this?
I think we are actually, like, legitimately almost done this. Like, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, it's like this testimony, maybe one more, and then like the ending. I think. How long that is, I'm not sure. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right. But Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though.
That's not funny.
So wait, if the elevator stopped and like Joe was inside the elevator, did he? I guess he got lucky to get out. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. So that's what he meant by Alana arranging the scene of the crime. You know, because if like Marshall was on the sword of the armor stand, probably pulled it off, took Joe's knife, stabbed it in his back, and then there you go. Murder scene set. Next then were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway.
He had nothing to do with the forgery, but he was complicit in it because he knew it happened. It's almost like he knew it was going to happen too. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. Were you just send in Discord? Alright. Why'd you send in Discord? Oh, are you watching both streams at the same time? That's called efficiency. I approve of that. I don't know if I'd be able to do that. I can barely concentrate on like one thing at the same time. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record.
Worthy. Always the smooth talker.
Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow, I've got to link Gant to the incident. Alright, how are we linking Gant to the incident? We know he's guilty, both of the times. But how? What do we have that would show that he was there? I don't think this is important at this very moment. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. So he had a couple things in his safe. He had a piece of the pot in his safe, the one with most of the markings on it. He also had this handprint on the safe, or in the safe. Is that relevant right now? So she already arranged a crime scene, so this is where this knife came in. The one that was already broken. So this one, so apparently, the way it seems like this went down, Emma shoved Marshall into the suit of armor with the sword. He died from the suit of armor because she shoved him. Then later on, Lana took the body, placed it on top of Joe Dark because he was unconscious, and then stuck this knife over here into his body in the back to make it look like he died that way, or into Marshall's back so that it looked like Joe killed him.
Now, is there anything about this that we can check? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure there's nothing here that's like new. Yeah, this is all, there's nothing here we can investigate. So the only things that really could tie Gant to this crime is this and the paper he was looking at. It was found in Gant's desk. He had nothing to do with the forgery. Well, he didn't have anything to do with the forgery per se, but he did conceal evidence. So this was in the trial. We know that for a fact. This apparently maybe didn't make the trial? Because I don't think this had, like, well, okay, well, this was in the evidence locker. But they said they never found the last piece. So could this be what would tie him in? Maybe I'll get on your live tomorrow because I'm not home. Oh, don't worry, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I only streamed today because I wanted to finish this trial. I wanted to get this out of the way. I don't usually stream weekends. I usually only stream weekdays. Weekend streams are very special occasions. So yeah, you don't have anything to worry about there. I try and stick to the schedule mainly, unless, you know, something like this where it's like, oh, something's long or something. It's like, I need to finish this. Or if I'm really want to feel like playing an extra stream of something. I'm going to try this. Oh, that was it. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you have also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? Then what were you involved in the forgery? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who stuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. He's really trying to throw the book at us. I mean, you know what? Yeah, I feel like we should have been called out on this like several cases ago. Like, forget Edgeworth's allegations of forging evidence throughout his career. What about all the times we just like snuck into places and just casually stole stuff and then presented it in court and no one batted an eye? If anything, Gant's in the right here, honestly. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, and they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Oh, he's right. We can't prove they were there this whole time. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know... Alright, Udgy. In return, though,
I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? These guys totally have the hots for each other. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Shut the fuck up! Don't incriminate yourself! Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Shit, well, I mean, he's gonna have a hard time disproving that. What do you mean by that? This is all purely a hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place the items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. So we need to prove that they were there before he was convicted. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about the possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come on now, Righto. Think about it. There's no reason he'd participate? Bullshit, there's no reason. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. What term would you use? Manslaughter? Is that the proper term for this? Since it was kind of accidental? Well, now do you see? But he would have had to have been complicit in the crime rearrangement because, like, he seemed to have known it was going to happen. And, like, they were working together. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Gah. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's now out in the open now. Oh, gee, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone else? Maybe? Who would be his accomplice, though? Who would he have helped in this case? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Okay. Alright, let's think this over. Well, we know that she was the one who set up the crime scene. Okay, who was there during the murder? Who was involved in this? It was obviously Gant. It was Jake Marshall. He was one of the detectives. So was Bruce Goodman. Angel Star was also there, and Lana was there. And then Emma was like the murderer slash victim slash witness. She was somehow everything. We don't know if Gumshoe was there. I don't think he would have done it. He's too stupid to have done it. And this guy's like, absolutely not. Person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence. Well, had to be Lana, right? Because they were both they were in charge of the investigation, of course, right? Has to be her. I mean, who else would it be? It was the parrot? Oh shit, you're right. Well, unfortunately, we can't call the parrot in. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It probably was the parrot. Well, you know, maybe Lana had contacts with the parrot. That's possible. Let's go for Lana. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? It was a foul crime. I wonder if there's any animals we get to question in the later games. I may be incorrect, but I kind of vaguely recall there being an animal that that testifies during the Professor Layton game, I think. But I could be wrong about that. But I wonder if any of the other Phoenix Wright games have animals. It'd be kind of funny to see again. And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. Right, yeah. This also happened because he wanted control. And obviously, if he was friends with the Chief Prosecutor, well, there's a lot of benefits in that sort of relationship, you know? But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. I love that the judge is just like this somewhat naive old man. Like, if you ever go watch like old Phoenix Wright like blooper videos. It's just the personality they use there. I keep having to remember that that's actually what the judge is like, and that's not made up for those videos. He's actually that stupid. I think my favorite portrayal though is the one where the judge is just like not paying attention to the case at all, and he's just constantly on his laptop watching Spanish porn. I don't know why it was Spanish porn, but that's what he was doing during the cases, and that was like the entire joke, the whole series. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless this is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? It was the parrot the whole time. What if, like, the chief himself is just the parrot in disguise? Like, what if, like, he just, like, opens up his chest and the parrot's just in there controlling him like a robot? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order! Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. I think this judge just doesn't realize, you know, no one's above the law here, and especially the chief of police. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer in the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright, we'll save here. I have a couple vague ideas here, but let's, like, go over the evidence. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Chief Gant tied to the murder of Detective Goodman. So we found... Okay, well, Lana said that this was... Wait, it's the screwdriver. There it is. I even mentioned this earlier. Well, Chief. As long as Righto here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance. Mind if I toss something too edgy? This shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you. You always were quite the joker, weren't you? Oh, that wasn't it? Okay, well, how is that not it? Chief Gant told Edgeworth to bring the screwdriver to the prosecution's office. This random piece of evidence from some unknown case that's not even the SL9 incident. And why? Because the body of Goodman was in the trunk. Don't oops me. Maybe this boot to the head will knock some sense into you. Well, that's a very deep reference. I know it's hard with all that's going on during this trial. But try to think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago. The evidence room. Are we talking about the handprint thing? Maybe? Now that you mention it, we did find something during yesterday's investigation. Something that proves Gant entered that room. Oh, wait, would it not be the schedule? Looks like he wants another one of your boots, Udgy. I see. Alright then. It's gotta be the schedule then. The timetable of who entered, right? This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. I wonder how many times I've said the number 7 in today's stream. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. I like that Phoenix just doesn't care about the fact that he just wrongly entered the police chief's office here. You know, it's already, that cat's out of the bag. We don't care about that. He's just like, you know what, fuck it. You guys know I went in there. I'm going to use that to my advantage. Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say to this? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Do I keep doing Duolingo? I have 12? 12 what, exactly? I've never used Duolingo before, so I'm not sure what that means. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the evidence room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do at the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to been with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. 12 steps here, an alcoholic? Dang. Lessons in a row? I mean, I definitely wouldn't do too many lessons in one day. I think it's best to space out the lessons. I usually try and do a little bit each day when it comes to learning a language. Just do like, maybe just do one lesson a day. Because if you space them out, it's easier for you to retain the knowledge. Because if you do everything at once, then everything gets stuck in like your short-term memory, and then you just forget everything. But if you space them out little by little, then it's easier for things to get, like, you retain the information better that way. Something I learned in my school days. It's definitely a good idea, a good practice to have. Don't do everything at once just because you can, but if you can't help it, try and space it out. You hadn't seen him in days. Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This child's purpose is to determine Atlanta Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This child's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant meant the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. It's not this again, would it? No. That doesn't make sense. Can't be that. We don't have anything about this. Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the PD. And how the parrot was involved, true. Oh, true. Maybe this screwdriver actually belonged to the parrot. Perhaps that's where it came from. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Wait, can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. Oh shit, it is this! Check the times on when people enter the room, maybe. Unless the parrot forged it. Maybe that's why the Chief of Police's ID is just 7s. Because the parrot can't remember a complicated number, so he just set his ID to a bunch of 7s to make it easier. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh,
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied Detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
12 days in a row? 12 days in a row? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, if you've been doing it like, that's really good. I would definitely try and keep that up then. If you've been already doing it like 12 days in a row, definitely don't stop. Because if you stop now, it's going to be hard to pick it up again, especially if you have ADHD. 100%. Ask me how I know. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes.
Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Don't give him any ideas, Judge. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found in his body. And if it was found on his body, then why would you still have it? Further incriminating you. Because you stole evidence.
Chief Gant, you didn't.
The parrot could have been in the room waiting already. Yeah, you know what? Okay, the parrot was already in the room. And he was already holding the knife. He was ready to stab Goodman. He orchestrated this whole thing. After he killed the Goodman, he told the chief what he needed to do. And that if he didn't do it, that he too was going to be next. So the chief did all of this stuff. He forged the evidence. He's playing victim, all because the parrot overlord told him so. And if he doesn't do this, if he doesn't admit to this crime, he's dead man. I mean, he's going to be a dead man anyways because he's going to get found guilty, but you know. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. Now it's time. The decisive evidence.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go, by Chief Gant no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case?
There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Sky. Order! Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Mrs. R took at the prosecutor's office. This is not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time is up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this, and we have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. Nah, where are you going? You can't just leave court, Chief of Police or the Queen of France. You get your ass back in that defendant stand there. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kind of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? That can't be good for the car's upholstery. Yeah, I'm sure Edgeworth is furious right now that he was just, like, annoyingly implicit in this crime, and his car's now ruined. Like, he's not gonna get accused of anything, fortunately, but yeah, his car's fucked now. It's not even that it's gonna stain the upholstery. The smell of blood and rotting corpse is gonna be terrible. I'm actually impressed that he didn't smell the body in his trunk while he was driving over. Because, like, surely that thing must have started decaying, right? Like, the blood seeping into the trunk. The smell would have had to have seeped through the seats somewhere. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. David Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body? Uh-oh. This sounds very dangerous. We're gonna accuse the chief of police of murder. Do you have any concrete proof? Do we? Do we have anything that says, with beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the chief of police killed a man? Anything at all? Could it be concrete proof that he killed? I don't know if we do. Like, I think that's the problem, no? Because, like, okay, so the only things that we really can't account for, and I don't even know where it is in this evidence list because it doesn't seem like it exists. There was a handprint on the blue badger in this tape. I don't think that means anything. I think that's just there. Maybe it does mean something, though, because you'd think it would be there for a reason. There's also the handprint that was on the locker, the bloody handprint that was gloved on the locker behind the blue badger. I don't think... Did we prove whose handprint that was? I don't think we did, because it was, again, gloved. Unless we came to the conclusion it was Jake Marshall when he was dressed as Goodman. Perhaps. Other than that, I don't think we do have concrete proof. Because, like, what proof would we have? Like, okay, so he went into the evidence room. What does that show? Nothing. We don't have any fingerprints. We don't have any blood. Check the cloth for a sec. You mean this thing? Is there anything on here? I mean, we already proved that this was Emma's clear handprint. A clear handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information to myself. Like, I don't see what that would have to do with this murder. Not the old murder, but the Goodman murder. Yeah, that's... a concrete proof. Is this what we need to use on him now? I don't think that's relevant either. Like, found the crime scene wrapped in the defendant's muffler, small tag attached. Okay, how did he die? It was a knife wound, right? Death to a loss of blood, 1 knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. This wasn't the murder weapon. The murder weapon was this knife, I think, because this was in his body. Do we have prints on this knife? Well, nothing that we can apparently click on. But it looks like there might be some prints here. Would this be the concrete proof? The coat that what's-her-name was wearing in the photo? Well, okay, so that coat belonged to Goodman, though. And we know it was full of blood because of the scuffle with Meekins as well. So that's why... Where's that photo? That photo is here somewhere. This one. This blood on the coat is apparently when Meekins got stabbed. When he was trying to, like, apprehend him inside the evidence room. So this was already bloody beforehand. We don't have any proof that this is because he was killed by Gant. Is that the same coat? Yeah, it was the same coat worn during the security video footage, yeah. The only thing that's like really stands out is probably this knife. Because what we know about this knife is that it was in the victim's body when it was in Edgeworth's trunk at the parking garage. And Lana took it out, wrapped it up, put it in her muffler to hide it, and then put a different knife into the body. To like, with the notion of covering this up and hiding it. That's the only thing. So I feel like this is probably the proof, because you can see like there's markings of where handprint might be. So I guess we could like, if we present this, I'm under the assumption that maybe we can test it for prints, I guess. His weapon used in an incident 2 years ago and has known many victims. Yeah, well, I mean, it also sounds like it might be proof here, too. What's the shoe? The shoe is just blood that Lana accidentally dropped on when she was, like, re-stabbing the body. That's all this is from. And she accidentally stabbed herself with a knife because she's really bad at stabbing bodies, lifeless bodies. So she accidentally stabbed herself. Her blood dropped on the shoe, and then she stabbed Goodman, more of his blood dropped on the shoe. That's all this is from. Gant went into the evidence to get that knife. Ooh, true, maybe. Okay, yeah, you know what? Let's present the knife. I'll try presenting the knife. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, my hope with this is that if we present this and postulate the idea that this was what Gant used, we can dust it for prints and see if we can find Gant's prints on it. That's what I'm hoping will happen here. Because we don't know who held this knife. We never tried to do it, and the game never let us do it. Save first. I saved before the question. We're good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Just in case, like, the off chance that we're not supposed to present evidence, but I don't see why that would be the case now, unless maybe we're not. Does the glove have any relevance? So this glove, the only reason we've used it so far, this was the glove that was holding Goodman's locker open. It was like just happened to be like presented. It was sticking between like the sensor and the lock, so it couldn't actually shut. So it let Jake Marshall open Goodman's locker despite the fingerprint locks being a thing. because it fell out once he opened the locker. So it was present during in the evidence room. Yeah, it was just prevent someone from, like, it let someone open a locker that they wouldn't have been able to open otherwise. It's possible it got planted, but we have no proof that anyone planted it, or who would have planted it. SL9 the case, like the case files? But why would this be the thing? Like, is there a reason that the chief would be upset at Goodman for some reason? Because I don't think we've heard anything about Goodman. I'm gonna try the knife first, and let's see where this goes. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge. Yeah, that's not gonna work. But I am the judge. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm going to be late for lunch. I guess it wasn't enough. Okay. Alright, it's not the knife. We need concrete proof. Proof that we know in this moment is enough to convict him. Maybe we don't have proof. Because, like, what? I don't think we have anything that ties him directly to the murder. That's the problem. Like, what would there be? The only thing that, like, remotely ties him is this. Because he went in... His ID card was used to enter the evidence room at 4:20 p.m. Is that the proof still? Like, is that the... That's not hard proof they killed anyone. That just means he entered the evidence room. And we don't have the video footage of that time, so... we can't show anything. Yeah, like, that's what I was just thinking, was the timesheet here, but, like, he even made the argument himself, like, all that proves is that I went into the room. It doesn't show that he murdered anyone in that time. Especially since, like, Bruce Goodman apparently entered the room later. The spray bottle? Oh, that's just luminol spray. That's all this is for. That's what we were using to find blood. We use this for blood and we use this for prints. That's all the reason they're here. I don't think they're really evidence in the normal sense. What about the blood evidence of the parking garage? Do we still have that? Well, I mean, we do have the blood here, but that's just blood from Goodman more than anything. He was never... The murder didn't take place at the parking garage. We've established that the murder had to have taken place in the evidence room and the body was moved to the parking garage. So there was actually no murder there. What's on the tape? The tape was like... the tape was the big focus of yesterday's trial. I mean, I can show it, but... It's just, this is when Meekins assaulted / got assaulted by fake Goodman and, you know, knocked out Meekins. And then Goodman just left. But I don't think this is evidence. The only thing in here that's kind of weird, if you look at the blue badger, there's like a giant handprint on it. It's very faint. I don't even know if it's going to show up. It's under his right eye. Might not even show up on Twitch, but there's like a giant handprint on it. That may be relevant, but we don't know whose handprint that is. And we need something that, like, puts him at the scene of the crime as the perpetrator right now. Because we can't test that handprint. There's already blood on the badger and his crown is broken. Yeah, where's the blood? Is there blood on him? You mean that, like, white spot on above his left eye? I don't know if that's really blood more than just paint. And the left side being broken, I mean, maybe that's something. It's not really concrete proof. What if it's this? This thing is unexplained. Like, why was this in his locker? But I guess, you know, that's... wouldn't be proof, really, right? Because, like, we don't know what this is for. Why does he have a handprint of Emma Skye in his locker? Below his right eye? Was that a bloody handprint or was that just a normal handprint? I'm not sure. If we say I have no proof yet, I think this is what we want to say because, like, the knife might be important here, but, like, as we're seeing, there's some possible, like, fingerprints and stuff we need to test for first. It's no use showing evidence if I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Edgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. Oh, maybe this was the wrong answer. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It's okay, we saved, we're fine. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy, I'll leave the rest to you. Yeah, okay, we obviously have evidence then. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Oh, maybe it was the right answer. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Oh, well, there you go. We didn't have evidence, for once. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more with witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Haven't you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. Defense calls forth... the defendant? Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. Testimony can be completely false, doesn't matter if you're in the court or not. People still lie. Oh, I know. I know. But in the rules of this courtroom, apparently testimony is hard evidence. Don't ask. Don't question it. That is the way it is. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. I mean, wasn't she kind of already found guilty for his murder? Of course. You never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. The court of law is surrounded by police and officials. So he's threatening her if she tells the truth against him in a court of law surrounded by police and officials. Yeah, wait, didn't he just incriminate himself? Like, did he not just imply that she's about to tell... did he just not acknowledge that we've already found the truth? And then if she testifies about it, that, like, they'll confirm it? Oh, okay. Sure, I just want to make sure, you know? Make sure I'm on the right track here. That Chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take that place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. What do you mean, Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. As it always gets the upper hand. It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said?
But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay?
Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on.
Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I always feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
I have to sleep watching it tomorrow. Alright, have a good night, Wings. Thanks for coming by today. Basically say if she testifies he's a murderer, the truth, that she'll be punished. Yeah. I mean, I think she would probably be punished either way. Like, even if the chief didn't, like, intervene and it's like, oh yeah, Emma's totally guilty, we're gonna, like, fucking arrest her now. Like, it sounds like she committed a crime, according to everyone else, besides the chief, too. So whether or not she will, like, be acquitted of that, it remains to be seen. But, you know, I guess the chief would probably have something to do with it. But if we arrest the chief, he's not going to be the chief anymore, so maybe this will be worth it. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
I think she's been punished enough since that crap on her jacket makes her look like she works at Applebee's. Dude, she's 16! How can she work at Applebee's?
What do you mean? What do you think I mean, to follow Chief Gant's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold.
It's all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you. It's our job to blame you. Unfortunately, it is. I mean, it's not like I wasn't tasked with defending her. I was tasked with defending her sister. Whatever happened to Emma, I mean, not my problem. If the truth comes out and she's the murderer, well, hey, you know, nothing I can do about that. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Alright, time to spill the beans.
Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done those past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Not like that stopped anyone else up to this point, but sure. I appreciate the dedication there, Mr. Judge. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister, says the murderer. Now then, if your testimony, if you will, maybe they could share a cell together. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Edgeworth knows everything. He's subscribed to Lana's OnlyFans. Oh shit. You're right. Wait, doesn't that mean he was paying for evidence? Isn't that bribery? Huh. Maybe Edgeworth could join them in the cell.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are we sure it had nothing to do with Emma? Well, I guess, like, if she wasn't in the room when it happened, she wouldn't have known that Emma pushed him onto the sword, to be fair. So it's not like she would have had that motive, possibly. Because, like, if Emma was already knocked out, then... the murder was already over by the time she entered the room, then her motive could not have been because of Emma. It was for something else. So her saying to get Dark convicted could easily be 100% the truth. Now is where the cloth comes into play. Probably. Question is, how? Because it's a random piece of cloth with Emma's handprint. And I'm curious as to how this is going to help, you know, I'm assuming we're going to try and clear Emma of this whole thing. Maybe. Probably not going to help. Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Because it was at the murder scene, supposedly, and could frame Emma? Well, okay, so the handprint was found in the safe in Chief Gant's office. It was found alongside the missing piece of the vase that was there during the original crime 2 years ago. The one that had Emma's name written on it in blood. That was used to postulate the idea that Emma killed Neil Marshall, during that crime. So I'm thinking maybe that piece of leather has something to do with that crime because it was found in the safe with it. Maybe not. Maybe it is something to do with this crime. But what exactly it means, I'm not sure. It could be used to frame Emma. I'm not really sure how it could be used to frame Emma. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Alright, let's go. So you worked alongside Gant for years. I mean, this was no. How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. David Gant was a respectable detective. That's why.
No truth to his blackmail theory, so she just has complete faith in Gant. Are we sure this isn't blackmail itself?
But think about it, Miss Sky.
You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And fabricate all the evidence by yourself 2 years ago.
Maybe this is where we present that handprint. That could be what we presented on. Because that's clearly a piece of evidence, and if it was something that she forged, why does he have it in his safe?
Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want an incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Okay, well, at least we don't have to worry about Emma. It's self-defense. Perfect. You're free, Emma. Good job. You didn't do anything wrong.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But what about the sword? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible.
Oh, true. Kind of forgot about that little detail. We just thought that was the thing. We were all convinced it was the truth.
The reality is, it was my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
I'll just protect me.
So when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and moved the body.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? Wait, but didn't they find out that the tip that was in the body didn't match the knife? I know that Gumshoe said it the other day that it was the same, but like I thought the whole thing was that that knife and the tip didn't match. I don't know what Gumshoe was talking about.
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you plant the knife? Or why did you move the body? Let's start with that, actually. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
So how'd the urn shard end up in the office if she was the first at the scene? Well, the urn was always in the urn was by Gant's desk. So if the murder took place by Gant's desk, it makes sense that the urn would have been knocked over during the struggle. And she just confirmed that it did indeed happen by Gant's desk, where the urn was.
Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period.
You so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying.
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end.
She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone.
Gotta get Lana to talk more. She's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Okay, so there's a couple things I want to do here. I want to go press her on the other question that we had here. Which one was that? Was it this one? It was this one. I think this one had the question, because I want to ask about the, we asked why she moved the body. But I want to know about the other thing. Which one was it I pressed on for this? Oh, maybe it's both. I don't know. Okay. Okay, so this is... When I pressed this, they mentioned that this was probably a contradiction. The piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. She doesn't have the same combination, though? What do you mean? Like the same combination of what? M is written on the surface in blood. Is that leather something we need to present? Okay, let's save here. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. I feel like, okay, so it's either this or something to do with the jar on this one. The jar was shattered during a conflict. How did it get the letters written then in blood? Yeah, that part always was a little iffy to me. Especially if, like, you know, if Marshall was hanging from the sword, right? Then how did he, like, reach over and paint on the pot? I guess if it's close enough to the urn, then he would have been able to do it, but you'd think the urn would have been shattered by then, right? So how did he paint it on? Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. I'm wondering if this is where we present the jar. For the very reasons that you state. Yeah, like, why would you paint it on it beforehand? Right? Like, it would have had to happen after. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring out to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it. The prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Doesn't it kind of contradict your theory, right, from earlier? Like, you didn't think about this part back then? Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you are as in the dark as we are about the truth towards where we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. Yeah, tell us about the jar. I want to know how this worked too. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. It was dark and didn't have time to check it out. Why didn't you have time? So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I
would have gathered all of the pieces and ground them into dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Lana, you'd do that for me? You'd cover up my murder for me?
It seems you two might make up yet.
Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If something happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation?
Lana?
I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces.
Yeah, but why would you, like...
Okay, well, yeah, Phoenix is right here. Something screwy's going on. Why would you wipe away the blood if you thought that Dark killed Neil?
But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in the office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me.
So, okay, she had a pocket light and a camera. What do you mean she couldn't see the pieces very well? She had a flashlight. And you're telling me she didn't bother to look at the jar and see what was written on it? Like, okay, fine, piecing it together, maybe that would have taken a while. It took me a while to put it together. Certainly a few more than like 10, 15 minutes. That's a long time. But you said you couldn't see, and yet then minutes later you say you had a flashlight. All but one in the safe, yeah. So I'm thinking that might be what we present here. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. Oh yeah? Yeah, you did you? Okay. We'll see about that. So you illegally arranged a crime scene?
Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions.
I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly after all this time.
It's not too late. Still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
What contradictions have surfaced in her testimony? Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. If the glove doesn't fit, you must have quit. Nice reference. Okay, where is it? Especially since, you know, several gloves were involved in the making of this crime. So I'm sure I got them all. Okay. If we present the pot, is that going to be the right thing here? Yeah, I know fragment found in Chief Grant's safe. Right here. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Grant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was... still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
Interesting theory there, Mr. Wright. But could the defendant simply have missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They're in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. So what you're saying is, the jar never got knocked over in the crime. Someone broke it after the fact. They saw the name painted on it, and they deliberately smashed that jar.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. When does the judge get to go to the witness stand? Like, I'm sure he's probably seen something at some point. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Grant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believes her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Grant's aid. Lending his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet.
No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if... we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Ferret strikes again! Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, Wright?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Skye, please testify once more.
But
if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will.
More foul lies. Cloth time, probably. Time to find out what this cloth really means.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is still a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
Is this the final testimony? Actual crime scene, for real! No lie, not clickbait! When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder.
Why? Okay, that still bothers me. Why does she think that, like, Emma did it? Like, why would her first assumption be that Emma did it instead of the actual serial killer who might have, like, come up here and done it? Right? Because, like, why the serial killer would have come up here, got scared, and took a victim. Like, isn't that so much more believable than Emma just shoving a guy into a sword by accident?
I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
So you're telling me that this is the real, honest-to-God truth about the crime scene, and then you end it off with, but it may all be a lie. I don't know. Can't tell you. Okay. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
And how would both of them be unconscious or incapacitated? Okay, well, I think Emma became incapacitated because of, like, you know, the shock of the whole thing. Fair enough. And then, I don't know, was Dark ever explained why he got
he went unconscious? I don't know if it was. Was it because he got knocked over? Well, no, because Emma would have apparently shoved Marshall into the sword. Yeah, I don't know if Dark was ever accounted for in that whole kerfuffle. Why was he unconscious? You're right. I don't think they ever explained how he went unconscious.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check the evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
What did we get from her this morning? Was it the book? Wait. It was the book. We couldn't examine it like this before. Oh my god.
Got an STD.
Oh, the implications of that. Oh boy.
Hey, there is a picture here.
Huh. That's an interesting vest you got on there, Neil.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I'd rearranged everything. Crime scene photo from the case 2 years ago taken. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest. Could that be... cloth we found inside of Chief Gant's safe.
What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What?
But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Oh boy.
How's this gonna end? We didn't even get to... Oh, okay. Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant? What, now you want me to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put a word or two in my defense. We haven't even gotten to you yet. Can we finish with Lana first and then you wait your turn?
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Wait, now's the time to claim that we got the evidence illegally, and therefore it's submissible in court. Perfect. Good. We don't have to, you know, commit anyone to being a murderer here. We can just say, oh, you know, well, I mean, like you said earlier, we went into his office illegally. All the evidence there is illegal. Like he said, can't do anything about it. All right, case closed. Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. Can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
I mean, we kind of have to. Like the judge said, if we conceal evidence, that's illegal. So here we go.
Except she was unconscious and could easily have her handprint placed on it while unconscious.
I mean, fair, you're right. She could have had that. There's a lot of reasons that handprint could exist on his coat.
Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence.
All right.
Time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the Chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. It's a piece of leather cloth.
Yes, it most likely was cut out from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword.
What? Whose fingerprints are on this?
I'm sure Wright has checked. Haven't you?
Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's.
What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
See? I told you it was conclusive.
You're 7%, so you might leave? Alright. That's the part. Your battery lasted a long time then. I don't know how long you've actually been here, but dang. I wish my battery was that good.
This was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Oh, he's denying it, is he? Do you really expect me to believe that? But...
Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No.
It appears we have a killer.
Uh-oh. But... Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all accounts.
Alright, time to do crimes, boys.
That's okay. We'll just, How far back are we? Ah, here we go. That's okay, we're not that far back, technically speaking. There's a lot of text, but now we can skip through it, it's fine. So we present this. No, we don't. Oh, what? Do we have to, did I have to press something that I didn't press already? Shit, I gotta press things first. Oh, I didn't realize, okay, I see where I saved. Alright, we gotta press things first. We gotta press this first. I forgot to save earlier. I probably should have. I thought I saved, like, recently, and I forgot I didn't. That's okay. We can get back there quickly. The game wants you to not present, so you have to explain why you have the evidence. Ooh, good point. I like that. That's a good theory. You're probably right. We're gonna set a trap for Gantz. I like that. Do we have to keep... I don't remember how much of this we had to press. Yeah, I think we had to just press most of this. Yeah, this was one we had to get the body. And then we did this, and then I think we were able to present the evidence. Unless we have to press this first, too, and then we could, like, talk about the jar, and then they're like, wait, the jar is gonna be the contradiction. Yeah, this is probably it. Now we can present the jar. No? The fuck? I didn't realize we had to do like so many weird steps to get to the jar. I was just playing the game naturally. I guess I'll just press everything again until we like can present the jar. Because I don't know where I was. How did we manage to present the jar? Where were we doing it when we did it? I can't remember. This, because I think I presented, or I pressed something twice. I don't know if it was this one. I don't think it was this one. Okay, now can we present the jar? Oh wait, what? Okay, maybe it was the wrong one. Oh, here it is. It was the contradiction of her being first at the scene, but the jar was presented twice. Yeah, where did we present the jar though? Which one of this was the... Yeah, okay, so I don't remember where we presented the jar. That's the only problem. I'm gonna look at the guide again, because I actually can't remember what we did. Let's see. How far down was this? Yeah, we presented the jar twice, I just can't remember where it was. So press that, and then... He said jar to share during my throw in my plan. Oh, I don't think I pressed this one. That might have been it. I may not have pressed this. Or did I? Did I press this? I might have pressed this. Present the unstable jar once more on that statement. Okay. During the event contraction. Okay, yeah, so I think we need to do it here. There it is. Okay. Now we can do it here. And now we get to our next testimony. Holy shit, we were further back than I thought. Okay. Present the unstable jar Atlanta's fourth statement. Okay. Now we do it on the fourth statement. That's what we did. I'll make sure to save for sure this time on this one. Yeah, this one was the easy one. This was the one I was thinking of for the previous statement. I forgot there was a testimony before that, though. That's why. Okay, fourth statement. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so she was sure she got them all. Obviously, she didn't, as we know. So present that there. And then we do this, and then we get the actual crime scene thing. And then we'll save here. I'll save it. I'll make sure to save it the question. That's like the best place to save, I think. Not that we need to now, because we know which one to pick. It was a 50-50, and we got it wrong. Yeah, and here's the trap part. So now we just gotta, like, go through all of this text really fast. If I had more than 2 buttons I could use the skip text, I would, but unfortunately, I don't. Maybe there's, like, a speedrun technique I'm not aware of. You think people speedrun Phoenix Wright? I don't think I've ever actually looked into that. I don't know, speedrunning a visual novel just seems funny to me, because it's like, where is the skill? But at least Phoenix Wright has some like other things you gotta do. It's a point-and-click adventure at the end of the day when you think about it, more so than a visual novel. So it's got a little bit of interaction to it. Bye, Donald. Good luck with your phone. Don't die. All right, here's the actual testimony. All right, let's go. Now we gotta get the picture. You know what? I will be right back, and then we'll present the picture. Give me like 5 minutes. Alright, that was a lot less than 5 minutes, but we're back. So wait, did you look up the world record? 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 19 seconds? Really? It's that slow? I thought for sure, I'm guessing that's all 5 cases? That seems really slow to me. Oops, that's not it. Wrong button. You're 5%, do you think you'll make it? You mean to the end of this case? Probably not. I don't think we're close, like we're on the very final end of this, but we still have like a lot of text to go through. We got the whole ending to watch. So no, I don't think, unfortunately, I don't think you will make it. That's crazy, 2 hours for this game. Even with like just mashing through text, that's surprisingly slow. I thought it would have been a lot faster than that. Like, honestly, I thought this whole game would be, like, under an hour for sure. Okay, we saw this too. We still gotta get to Gant's interruption of the testimony. Alright, actual crime scene. Oh, but wait, it's not actually cross-examination. Because here he comes. We're almost there. Man, this must be really tired for speedrunning, though. Like, having to mash like this. Now, question, is that 2 hours, 15 minutes on the DS version, or is that on the PC version that we're playing now? Or hell, is that even on the GBA version? Or the 3DS version, for that matter. What version is that? Save reminder, yeah, definitely. Alright. Okay, saving right now. It was on the Wii! Oh, I forgot about that version! That was like a... I think that was kind of an upscaled version, but I think for the most part, it was sort of based off the DS version, but it's slightly modified. From what I understand, I never played the Wii version. I know all 3 games got ported, though. Alright, so we gotta do crimes and not show evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing the evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? No, I think he admits to having planned this whole thing out and knew this was a possibility. So he's come up with a fake testimony to, you know, deal with it. You triggered my trap card, Yukio. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? Am I going live on Monday? I should. Monday is a usual stream day. I stream most weekdays. My usual stream days are all weekdays except Thursday. Thursday is the exception. Every day except Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. That's when I go live. If you need ever forget, you can always check the schedule on the main page. It should all be set up there. Time zones include. I'm pretty sure that thing translates time zones even.
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck.
See this jar fragment?
I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant?
That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. What time is it for me? It's currently 1:43 a.m. That's when you sent that message. Yeah, if you use the schedule on my main Twitch page, I don't know how you get to it on mobile. Maybe you can't get to it on mobile, so I could be, maybe it's completely useless to you, but that shows you what days I go live, and it should also show you the times I go live in your time zone.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it before when it was too late.
It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Oh, do we double down and not show the evidence? Or do we show the evidence now? Yeah, I'm saving now. What do you guys think? Should we show the evidence or should we still conceal it? I'm thinking we show it now, because I mean, the cat's out of the bag. He already admitted to concealing the evidence himself. So we may as well show it, right? I feel like if we don't, it's probably just gonna end. Probably show. Yeah. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Look at Discord? Alright, I'll look at Discord quickly. Yeah, that schedule there. So you can see it. Okay, there you go. Yeah, right next to About should be the schedule. That's what I'm talking about. I like that feature. It's probably one of the best features on Twitch, honestly. I wish it was a little more robust, but it's not too bad. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of victim's vest?
Oh, yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requested it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. There's handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean? It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Well, here we go. You're as slow in the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. And he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. But Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one to single-handedly turn a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this foul babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. I'm saving here too, because I'm sure this is something important. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. What evidence contradicts this cloth? His jacket looks intact here. I don't think this is the reason. No, it looks fine there. Okay. Yeah, even there's the sword too that he got stabbed by. Alright. Evidence book? You think we can throw the evidence law at him? Unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial. Well, it's very relevant here, so it's not like it's illegal evidence. But, I mean, this evidence wasn't shown without the police's approval, right? Or, I mean, he told us to present it, right? And the judge also asked us to present it. But that doesn't mean... Okay, but that doesn't make... Like, we're trying to figure out... We're trying to prove right at this moment that Emma didn't kill. We're not... I don't think claiming that the evidence is, like, not legal is the issue right now.
The piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Like, what contradicts the cloth? Is it this picture? Why would it be the picture? Because the handprint is bloody? Show the photo of the body on the sword because the handprint is bloody. Oh, you think the cloth cutout would have been bloody? Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. It wouldn't be bloody in the shove. Ooh, you went true. Let's go with it. Let's go with it. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. Yeah, look at all that blood there. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth... Wait, there's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. But, okay, like... So, wait. Oh! Yeah, but, like... How did he die, then? Wait, we've gone through, like, 4 different theories about how he died at this point. If he didn't die to the sword, then how did he die? And who did kill him? All this does is, like, acquit Emma as the murderer. That's all this really, like, suggests. So who did kill him? Because it doesn't prove that Gant killed him. It doesn't prove that Dark killed him. We don't know who killed him. Yeah, she shoved, there's no blood on it. That's fair. There would have definitely been blood. If she shoved him into the sword, there would have been blood on that handprint. So, she shoved him, something killed him, Gant comes in, cuts out the cloth, puts it in his safe, puts him on the sword. But that doesn't mean that Gant killed him. It's nice to think that he might have. It's nice to think that maybe Dark did. But I mean, I guess at best, you know, if it doesn't makes it so Emma's innocent, then sure, that's good, right? No. This is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Oh, is he's theorizing that, like, maybe him getting shoved just knocked him unconscious. And then since Dark was already unconscious, and since Emma was now unconscious, Gant comes walking in, picks up the unconscious Neil, shoves him on the sword, and kills him. Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Which, you know, as we've now found out, that would make it really awkward for him to have written his name since, you know, he was stuck on a sword. And then he writes Emma's name on a jar that's nowhere near the sword? Yeah. I don't think he thought this through. Remember what you admitted to only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Vote me because I killed him? Oh no. Are you the parrot, Donald? Maybe Donald's the parrot. In disguise. The answer, the parrot. Yeah, see? Even Acoustic believes it's definitely the parrot that did it. The parrot told Gant to do it. It's finally all over. Oh? Oh, he doesn't look too happy. That was close, Rhino. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Yeah, he's not wrong. Order, what is nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the laugh's on you, son. Now the evidence book comes into play, probably. I think the whole point here is that he's right, though. That is evidence law. Possibly. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Miss Edgeworth? True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. I mean, wasn't this something we talked about earlier, before Gant even? That, like, if you about obtaining evidence illegally? And we all agreed that that was a thing, and it's like, yeah, that's right. We did illegally search his office. Well, Mr. Wright. So is he gonna throw that at us too, after we, like, try and refute this? It seems, at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. It says department, not police chief, though. Yeah, like, I mean, but the police chief is part of the police department, right? You're gonna say bye, you're at 1%? Yeah. See, I told you, it probably wasn't... I mean, you made it pretty far. We're almost at the end. This is, like, I think, like, the final decision. Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I mean, no. I didn't illegally do it. I mean, it was purposeful. But I wouldn't say it was illegal. I mean, legal's a matter of opinion here, come on. Did not? Yeah, let's go with did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? I see where this is going. There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Echi, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? Look at the top what you sent Discord? What? What do you want me to look at? I'm confused. I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. That's right, it wasn't evidence. It wasn't evidence because... Well, okay, wait, why wasn't it evidence? Actually, no, it was evidence. Because, like, it was cut out of his vest. It has her handprint on it. But I guess it wasn't evidence because we weren't asking the question of who shoved Neil Marshall, right, into the pike. It's like there was nothing, no one questioned the lack of the cloth. Right? His Harry Potter Yaoi fanfic? Oh, you made it to 4 o'clock. Oh, you did. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. here after all. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself. Inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2.
Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, it wasn't. What about when Lana presented it to the court and admitted it into the court as evidence? When Lana told us to pull it out of the book and show it to the court. And then she talked about it for like 5 minutes. What about then? Are we just forgetting that bit? Okay. I was in here, he said, when he said I kill him. Yeah, you were here for the best part. I mean, he's clearly on the ropes here. We got him. We're just tying up the loose ends here, so you're probably not gonna miss that much. But I mean, you can always check out the finale on YouTube once I upload it tonight. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's chest? Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer, was you. Oh, he thinks he's won. Somehow after all this, he's all like, you didn't win. I may have lost, but you didn't win. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, and yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. The parrot and his little dog, too. I didn't know the parrot had a pet dog. He opened his evidence locker and he was taking the evidence out. He said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand this all over to Marshall." Aw, thanks. I didn't know you cared. Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That cursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worried so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal?
You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
He's the chief of police, what do you mean? Surely he makes more than Edgeworth as a prosecutor. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker?
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments and the glove.
Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer.
You would think that as, like, a detective, he might learn what not to do when leaving evidence.
They did all their best to get it my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you still stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go at it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, gee.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date.
Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Edgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until today. The only thing in this trial that doesn't make sense to me at this point is when they said that the picture wasn't presented before the leather. Because we had the picture in the court record, thanks to Lana's testimony. I feel like they just kind of forgot about that. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. Is he gay? See, that's what I was wondering too. I feel like Damon is like super gay for the judge. I feel like there's more to their lunch dates than we might think. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all of your trouble. My. What high standards you have. For a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial's gone on far too long already. Yeah, how long has it been? 7 hours? And this is like part 2 of this trial. This was a 14-hour trial. I forgot this was the long one. The other one was the short one. This was the real long one. Boy, I hope game 2 and 3 aren't this bad. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Well, she's not guilty of murder, at least. I guess that's a good thing. I wonder how long she's going to be going away for. That is all. This court is adjourned. See, my real question is, because I know for a fact that Emma appears in Apollo Justice. I know she's a character from that game. I wonder if her sister appears in that game too. Or if she's still in jail by that game. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making the detective run over all around while on duty, and to top it all off, you got me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? No, not this time. I came here today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. How did you even do this? I thought you were fired. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in this mess. Sis, I asked Aunt to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. How are you still here? I thought you said you were at like 1%. Did you plug in your phone and didn't tell me?
I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years.
Man, I want to know where you got your phone from if you have a battery this good. My phone would have been dead like 6 hours ago if I was watching this stream on it.
I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you didn't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma.
Never mind the fact that she's still, like, you know, convicted of other crimes. But hey, at least it's not murder. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move forward to a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me. Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Can you make it to 5? We're close to done here. Maybe you'll make it to the end after all. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. What evidence would that be? The book? The leather cloth? Well, we did kind of work together on, like, unraveling that whole thing. I'm gonna go for the cloth. Maybe? That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it has anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. Yeah, I don't know what evidence they'd be talking about, I'm sorry. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. What would have the right piece of evidence been? Does it say in this guide here? I'm just looking. I'm curious. Oh, it was the evidence list. Yeah, okay, that makes sense too. I don't know, I feel like the leather cloth kind of applies to that notion as well, because, like, we both, like, worked together on the whole evidence law thing. I don't know, I guess the evidence list would have made sense, yeah. Because he had a half, and then we found the other half, and then it was only because it was together that we were able to actually use it. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can't let what happened kill the prosecutor in you.
Or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth,
I'll be waiting for you in court.
farewell.
I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have a faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I start a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
But don't go checking out just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill.
Huh?
What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. What? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
I didn't agree to this. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
I got an idea. Why don't we all get paid off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, I mean, we could split it like, I don't know, in thirds, perhaps. Maybe we could all pay for it a little bit. You know, we all enjoyed the time we spent with her, right? Why don't we all chip in a little?
Come on, guys, let's go.
Well, that is Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney #1. I don't know if, like, everything makes perfect sense in that game. Certainly a couple puzzles I feel like could have had multiple solutions, but the game just doesn't have that sort of feature. I'm still confused about that picture at the end there, because the whole, like, ending hinged on this, like, one picture that apparently wasn't shown as evidence when it was. So they just kind of lied and contradicted themselves. Ironic when you think about it. But I look forward to playing games 2 and 3. Both of them I remember adding some little gimmicks, core gimmicks to the gameplay. That, I don't remember exactly how well they're used, but I remember them being interesting, at least in, like, the questioning of, I remember 2 having a fun one. I like 2's. I don't remember what 3's was. Probably because I mostly only played, like, 1.5 cases, if you can even call it that. But yeah, we will be starting game number 2 eventually. Not, like, too distant future. I don't know, I was, like, I'm conflicted on... So, there's another visual novel series I was hoping to, like, alternate between with this one, and I want to still do that. But I was, like, worried about doing a lot of visual novel type stuff back to back to back. So I was thinking of maybe splitting it up with, like, some non-visual novel stuff between each game. But I don't know. I'm almost wondering if I want to change my mind on that. I will see. Tuesday could be one of 2 games. It'll either be the other game I was going to play after this, or it'll be the other visual novel I was going to play after that. And we may just stick to Phoenix Wright stuff, because I am looking forward to playing through the Phoenix Wright series. I love these games, and I really do want to finish playing them all. So hopefully we'll get to, maybe I will do that then. We'll see. It will really depend. So look forward to Tuesday and seeing what exactly we end up playing. It's been on my, like... Oh, damn, it finally died. It's been on my other schedule my teaser schedule for a while, but there's a possibility that may change. I mean, I never said that schedule was in order after all. I mean, it kind of is implied, but like, it's subject to change, of course. So yeah, I may put that game off. Honestly, the game I was going to play on Tuesdays, like, not really anything crazy important or anything I've been, like, itching to play. It was something I've been wanting to stream for a while, but I almost want to rather do this. So maybe we will do that. We'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll do, like, one of each and then break it with something else. There's a good chance that, like, I might have a couple Thursdays available for stream anyway, so that'll probably... We could add something on there if I wanted to. At a 5th day of stream, but Thursday's not a guaranteed day, of course, so I don't want to promise anything for that just yet. Either way, for now, this will be it for Phoenix Wright. There will be something new on Tuesday. It will either be another visual novel-esque game, similar to this, but not Phoenix Wright 2 just yet, or it'll be a completely unrelated game, and then we'll do the other game, and then we'll do Phoenix Wright 2. So I'll decide then. As for other streams, pretty much things as normal. No, Rabby Ribby on Monday. We'll do some more rhythm game stuff on Wednesday, whatever that will entail. And, of course, Friday will be Minecraft. And then maybe next Thursday I'm going to try and do the FF14 stream that I keep putting off, because the other event should have started by then, so we'll be able to do both. Although apparently the other event's very grindy, so I don't think I'll be doing everything related to that event, but if we can at least, like, check it out on stream a little bit, that'll be good. And of course, we'll do some Baja stuff. Well, I don't think I've ever seen the chair before. That's cool. But, yeah, because, like, Baja I want to finish before Dawn Trail starts, for sure. I don't know how long these credits are. They may be fairly long. We'll see. Should I just, like, skip through them? We can go back to the main menu. How many more scenes we have here? Oh, we have a little sneak peek of what's to come here. Yes, the Californian mountains, as you can clearly see in the background here. That's where we'll be heading next game. There's a whole case, actually multiple cases, related to this area. The wonders of the Californian mountains and the mystical treasures that lie deep within. Definitely California. Just remember that. We are in California. This game takes place in Los Angeles. Just keep that in mind as we go into games 2 and 3. It's interesting how they definitely writ themselves into a corner with the Phoenix Wright series and how they handle it. It's great, though. I like the writing in this game, and they poke fun at their own mistakes and corner painting that they did in the past. It wasn't a big deal in the first game. They just kind of went with it, but then, like, games 2 and 3 had to be translated, like, uh-oh, we might have fucked up here. But yeah, I mean, like, that's... The Phoenix Wright series is very long, which is why I'm wondering if maybe it'd be best to just, like, focus on the visual novel stuff. I know it's a lot, but this was something I've been wanting to do for a while, so we might do that. Maybe we'll do, like, one of each, and then if we get, like, really sick of them for a bit, maybe then we'll take a break and do a different game to mix it up. That might be what happens. Everyone's getting on the train. They're just like, you're gone. Get on the train. Get out of here. I didn't even know, you know, California had such good train systems like this. But hey, you know, I've only been to California like twice. Wait, what are we doing here? Wait, this is interactive. Why is this interactive? Is there a picture in this book too that she left for us? Oh, a letter. Why did she leave us? Is this... Ah. You're not giving that to me. Why do I need this? Oh, I can't click through it. Oh, there we go. That's it. Chapter 5 is now complete. And that means we've completed all of Ace Attorney 1, actually. And we can move on to game number 2 in the... Well, at some point. We'll see what happens Tuesday. I think no matter what happens on Tuesday, it probably won't be game 2. I would say the chances of that are very slim. There's going to be something. It's just a matter of question of what exactly at this point. But we'll figure it out, and you'll get to see on Tuesday exactly what we're playing. But yeah, eventually, I mean, I'm looking forward to game number 2. I like Justice for All. I didn't really play Trials and Tribulations, but I like that one too, what little I played of it. But Justice for All was really good. These other games are only 4 cases, so they'll be a little shorter. It was only the first one that they added an extra case to for the DS version. But then once we get to Apollo Justice, that's when all this stuff that we just did in Case 5 comes back, from what I understand, because that was the first DS-developed game that was made exclusively for the system. But yeah, I think I'll probably play all the games in release order, most likely. Or we'll just do like all the spin-off stuff afterwards, because like Professor Layton Ace Attorney I think was released after the 6th game, or maybe it's just before it. I don't know. We'll probably do both of the main trilogies and then just do all the spin-off stuff, because it's not like there's any real order, I don't think, timeline-wise. I mean, hell, I don't even know if Professor Layton's canon. I don't know, maybe I'll look that up, maybe I'll consider doing it. I mean, I'm saving Great Ace Attorney for later, and I'll probably play Miles Edgeworth 1 and 2 at the end, so we'll probably do the spin-off games after we do the main trilogy. Because I'm really looking forward to playing the main trilogy more than anything, but the other game's good too. Well, for now, that will definitely be it for today. 8-hour stream. So you combine that with the, what is it, 6 hours of the previous one? Yeah, that's like a 14-hour case. That is an extremely long case. I think this is probably the longest. I don't know. Is it the longest? How many parts was Symphonic Rain? I don't remember how many parts that was. It was like 5 or 6 too, wasn't it? I guess it was technically a little longer because there was a lot of like repeat stuff and more branches. But this is surprisingly up there too, as like a fairly, it's definitely close in length to that game. I know, I mean, I guess that's just what happens when you stream visual novels, and we'll be doing a lot of that this year. I mean, some people may argue this isn't a visual novel, but I say it is. It's a fun type of visual novel. Well, for now, that'll be it for tonight. I will be back on Monday with more Rabby Ribby. We will do Final Fantasy XIV probably sometime next week. But thank you for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed this riveting conclusion. And I will see you all next time. Have a good night.